Alright, I think we can begin. Hi everyone, thank you for showing up for the Eternal Off-Meta Month tournament. There's 8 of you, 9 now, with 9 from just signing up, so good turnout. We'll be running a quick 5-round single-sided Swiss tournament. The format is Eternal, as you all should know. Most of the standard online tournament stuff still apply, so please create your games in the tournament tab on Jinteki. Let the core player host the lobby. Use all the default settings except for the format where you want to put Eternal. And we'll be playing 40 minutes round, as I said, 5 rounds of 40 minutes throughout. I think we'll have a meal break rather around after the 3rd round, so we'll play 3, have a meal break and play 2, unless you would prefer to have a meal break after 2 rounds instead. I'm open to changing it on the way. One thing I wanna ask you all is that Eternal can be quite quick, especially online. So I'll try to pair rounds as fast as I can after every game is done. I'll make sure everybody is here before doing so. So if the timer hasn't finished but all the game have been concluded, I'll ask in the OMM general if everybody still is around, and in case everybody still is here, I'll pair the next round after really quickly. So if you wander off your computer for any reason, maybe ping me or let me know so I'll wait for you. I'll know to wait for you in for the following round. I don't think there's any role for off-meta month, unfortunately. So just keep an eye on the OMM general chat. That is about it. If you have any question about the board state, the game, anything happening that you need an explanation or of sorts, we have Cephalopod Wizard judging for us today. Thank you for doing that, by the way. So you can use the OMM Judge Calls channel to report, and you should be able to self-report on Cobra if you're logged in. So results-wise, please use that one. I'll try and chase you if something goes wrong or if someone forgets to report, but if you can do it on your own, it'll make my running the tournament a little easier. What else? We're running a stream. We'll have a couple of people commenting on the game, so if they show up, don't panic. You're more than happy to ask the streamers to watch a different game if you prefer. But it's supposed to be very, very casual, so ideally don't. Hopefully this won't stress you too much. We're running, as I said, at a casual rule enforcement, so feel free to ask for takebacks when they're reasonable, and don't be afraid of calling a judge if you need something explained, or if you are uncertain if a takeback is fine to grant or not. That is about everything I have in mind. If you have any question, now is a good moment to ask them. Otherwise, I'll be pairing the round at about the hour. That's a good question. Unfortunately, I haven't used the UI for Jinteki, so I think I'll still be using the Discord timers for this one. It should be on the main NSG channel. I hope it's on because I'm streaming it right now, so. Awesome, perfect. Alrighty, and in that case, I'll mute myself, but I'll still be here in case there's more questions that pop up. And other than that, good luck, people. Have fun.
you for volunteering your time to the Symbian Consumer Marketing Focus Group. Your opinions are valuable to us and we want to know what they are. Tell us everything. 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 Tell us everything. Everything. Everything.
Alright, people. Welcome to the Off-Meta Month Eternal event. Let me show you our players here. We have 10 players. You can see them on the screen. We're playing Eternal, as I said. We'll be running 5 rounds, so we're excited to show you 5 rounds of Eternal. I'll shut up in a second. Just want to thank the people that are helping me here. I have Baramvu and Aksu helping with the commentary. You should be able to hear them in a second. Say hi, people.
Hi, people.
I will not say anything.
Awesome, perfect. As I said, yeah,
Exactly.
I'll let you two handle all the commentary and stuff. Let me know what you'd rather see.
From this lot, I mean, I want to see Arizona, obviously, but we can see that at any point. Who's playing Adam? Let's watch some Adam. That's
Adam is not on the table this round. Sadly,
No.
brother.
Boo. Okay. Well, let's lock that down for next turn. I mean, we're going to be seeing some.
I'm down for any of these games.
I think we should watch. Wait, is Nebula playing this time? We could, crack one open for the King and the other Neb heads out there.
We can watch a Nebula game. Do you want to watch Neb versus? Did we have no stream list, Boba?
Don't have any no stream, so jump in, ask the players maybe, just to make sure.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Let's do. I mean, I would be very much up for seeing Nebula. It's versus Wizard, which probably sucks to be Wizard, I would imagine, but it could go either way.
Okay, there's 2 tables on that matchup. Do you want to watch table 4 or 1?
One is near off hub. Check your vision.
And potato. And basically the same thing. Okay, I'm asking table 4 if it's alright.
You're making servers. The other, you make no sense.
Table 4 is alright to be streamed. Okay, low key, this matchup is not that bad for Wizard. Wizard kind of cooks every single matchup in the game.
Okay, so we're on 4, right? Yeah, here we go. Hello everyone, I'm Baron Wu. I'm joined by the court jester on the other side of the mic over here.
The professional podcaster nowadays.
Oh, so professional. Yeah, I mean, you're getting shout outs from Andre nowadays, so it's you've officially made it.
I was shocked to hear that after Brandon almost got him cancelled.
Wait, what? Did I miss? What did I miss? I must have missed something there. How did Brandon nearly get him cancelled?
Go watch the episode again then.
Oh God. Look, it's a long episode, all right. I probably fell asleep halfway through. Came back to after a little bit. You can't expect me to pay attention for it's 2 hours.
Unluck. That's all I can say.
No one. It's like everyone knows. No one watches. You watch YouTube past the first 30 minutes. I could see it. I can see the stats. Right, so I've not played any Eternal for the last year, mainly because I've hardly played any Standard for the last year. So I imagine that Nebula is pretty busted in Eternal.
Yeah, you have a lot of basically broken interaction stuff like install a card, shipment from 10 in Boom, people, stuff like that.
Subliminal messaging, that's got to be a really good Nebula card, I imagine.
Yeah, 100%.
And just being early
Scarcity turn 1, that's evil as hell.
I mean, also I guess the big difference here between hard-hitting news and Oppo research, where you have to run, but it doesn't matter what happens, you are probably going to take a bunch of tags.
Yeah, it's really hard to pressure Neb that much when they can just start hitting news you super early. So even like fully open central server is not a clear go-ahead signal. And I
Yeah.
think this Eternal Nebula decks basically also build a remote for something, so they can utilize stuff like Rashida in there,
Yeah,
which is
but I
kind of
mean,
neat.
but if this is like Rashida, yeah, and it is, and
Yeah, that
see
is.
that into something like YDL, all of a sudden you're sort of like the pop back is pretty quick.
It is.
So what are we expecting from Wizard nowadays? Because obviously Wizard, a bunch of good Wizard cards got pointed. I assume that because we've seen a 0, this is still going to be on Clan Vengeance. Like there's
I think
no
it's
reason not
basically
to
the
do that.
same regulars that people have been playing for years. Every time the Eternal Pointless team decides to like point Wizard for no reason, and then the Wizard's deck still keeps being completely broken.
But you can't. What? But the what's oh yeah, if apparently the sound effects are on, Warlock, if you are listening, if you could turn them off or down, that would be great. Yeah, so like nowadays you just can't play the super broken current, right? Like because it wouldn't fit
Yeah,
in
but you get
the
Hacktivist
influence.
Meeting, which is still kind of broken.
Yeah, Hacktivist is still,
Okay.
especially when you're
Yeah.
playing stuff like Clan Vengeance anyway. Wizard,
We have a
see,
Retribution in there.
Retribution. That's a spicy card. We're seamlessing out. Wowzers!
Seamless launch. Breaking news.
Breaking
Do we
news.
die?
Are we dead?
Question mark. That means that's pretty bad.
Kind of rude. It could be all over, and it is all over.
Yeah.
Right. Good game's a quick game.
That's Eternal for you. Should have gone into the remote.
Yeah. Okay, right. Where are we going next? We could jump into Ish versus Dungeon Mixter and see apparently the exact same thing according to our professional streamer Axu here.
Yeah, jumping in and asking.
Yep, looks all
Yeah,
good.
table 4 is alright also. Or table 1, I don't remember. Bit different board state. We have a Sensei Actors Union rolling in and couple other cards. And we're just clearly not respecting, like, did we run this turn? I guess we didn't. Not
Yeah,
installing
also
a bunch of pretty sicko cards.
yeah, and really worth noting that we're now playing with the Astro script unerrata, right? So you can play 3 copies of Astro scripts if you want to, which is a bit of a nonsense thing, but it does. I quite like it because it does mean that you're a bit more incentivized to score out from MBN, or it just makes it way easier to do your breaking news nonsense with AstroScript as a helping hand. But all of these Clan Vengeances are going to make those any kind of play which is combo-y a bit of a problem. But maybe Ish just scores out. Dungeon Mixter not taking down this Senses, even though they are Wizard.
Don't think we have. I think we have forgotten to use it, so apparently doesn't matter.
Okay. Do you have to click it? Is it not one which is?
Yeah, it's not automated. So for the
Oh,
zoomers like me, this is tough.
Ooh.
Omalia? We're blanking one of the Clan Vengeances.
Let's see if we protect that Malia or okay. Okay. Oh, I think
breaking news.
I think we might be dead. And we are dead.
Does this look
feel
anyhow familiar to you?
Yeah. Oh, but something unable to play blue.
Did we...
did Ish? I think Ish might have forgotten that Consulting Visit is 2 clicks and Boom is 2 clicks.
Yeah.
And we did not have the clicks to do this. Ooh, so
That's tough.
they can search for it, right? I think. I need to remember
Eh,
how consulting visit works. Search. No, it's search and play it. So it's like, is this even legally stuck in their hand at the moment? I'm not
No,
sure.
I think you trash it at that point. Like it's like you can play it, then refuse to pay the additional cost, and then you discard it.
It's yeah. Who knows? Search for
I
and play
think
it.
that's how it works, but yeah, it doesn't end up matter here. Decide to click 0 before going to trash this. I guess you need the credits at some point. And this 0 has been really fruitful to us, hitting a strike fund earlier and then an MK Ultra. Kind of good
Yeah.
cards to hit.
Exactly what you want to. I mean, you've got in like Eternal, you have so many excellent things that you can hit from your hand with a 0 that really it really feels like you're just
Oh, and Astro on the
there was an
table.
Astro on the table.
Damn, that would have been so nasty.
That's just been sat there as well, and that's the way that Ish could have done the kill by if it scored out the second Astro, then no, actually, because you still need the install of the breaking news. So
Yeah, if you had the breaking news on table, but yeah, that almost was it. Installing a new remote. Do we just spawn 3 more remotes here on the table and hope this clan vengeance will be nice to us?
maybe, but NEH Eternal NEH doesn't always it doesn't always go quite as spammy as you'd imagine, right? Like you often see, you see the senses and some tech cards like Malia and a few other bits and pieces. Oh, with under the bus. I love seeing an under the bus. Trashing a
Has to be a
connection.
connection resource.
Unfortunately, none of these are. But that's okay. I'm sure we can just pull this one back. This notably used to often get rid of things like film critics, which can
Film
be.
critic Guru Davinder, also a pretty good one in Eternal.
Oh yeah.
And stuff like who's the Aaron Maron. There's a lot of really good connections in the card pool.
Aaron's a great shout actually, because you're that's just such a good way of, like, you have to score agendas for this to win using this strategy, which means that Aaron is always like on. Ish not asking for a take back here. I think I would just straight up ask for a take back. I think that's that's fair.
That's a pretty normal take back, but you cannot force anybody to take those.
Oh, Dungeon Mixer with the excellent call out here.
Yeah, that's a pretty clear one.
I mean, Dungeon Mixer has this medium down and can start just funneling R&D at any point if they feel comfortable and think that they're not going to lose anytime soon. I guess they're probably just keeping their credits up a little bit to make sure that they don't just sort of lose to our hard-hitting news out of nowhere.
Yeah, I feel like it's that, and also you kind of just want to clear out the opponent's hand with Clan Vengeance first. So focusing on that first, and then digging up in R&D after you completely empty their hand seems like a pretty good 1-2 punch. And last server is Jackson Howard.
Yeah, a few bits probably going back here. I would assume the Malia goes back. That seems like a pretty important card in the matchup.
It is, but I feel like you need it earlier on the table to like stop the Clan Vengeance. Otherwise, it's going to blank a blue moves. You don't really care as Wizard. Like Clan Vengeance is the key one you're supposed to be like breaking with it.
Yeah, I mean that's what I assumed, that you just want to get it back into the deck so you can draw it and deal with at least one of these Clan Vengeances, which is currently ticking up. But Ish now in an interesting place where might just have to score out, which is
That's not impossible. If we depends a lot on what other faster tools we have in here.
Mm.
If you
I
can
mean-
like just sneak out an Astro, then it's basically pretty easy to close out the game.
Yeah, because often these decks had things like Sansan and stuff like that because it was a good way of doing the breaking news as well. So we might see something along those lines. Sealed
Sealed
Vault.
Vault. I believe still the highest trash cost on a card in the game.
Yeah, I mean this is pure tech for those who don't understand why this is here. This is here purely as an account siphon kind of tech card. So you can just chuck all of your money into the sealed vault, and instead of them being able to steal it with account siphon, which can be really useful. And also, then if the runner isn't rich, then they can't even go and threaten to trash the sealed vault.
Yeah, and you can just move stuff on paid ability speed. Also pretty good into stuff like Vamp, everything. Just a lot of credits that like siphon your credit pulls out.
Yeah, I also made a mistake of once pointing out to Jai that you can use it to duck all of your credits if you're on Bladderwort. That was probably that was probably a mistake.
Yeah, I should have stayed quiet on that one.
Yeah. Dungeon Mixer with a terrifying setup now. We're dripping for like 3-4 credits a turn, double medium down, and they do stack. Unlike the modern day, we've got medium at home with a conduit. Looks like we're planning on
Are we breaking the slot
breaking
machine?
the slot machine, which is
I think we might have installed it, and then we press the break all button and see that it costs 12 credits to completely break this ice.
Yeah, I mean normally it's 9, right? Because I think normally you almost always can let one sub fire.
Yeah, basically.
But basically, you're probably just letting every sub fire here. I don't see any reason why not.
Yeah,
To.
so like slot machine is going to be usually like a 6 credit swing, sometimes just a 3, but we are getting our slot machine access medium digs in there, so it does help a lot.
I mean, this is making Ish a lot of money. This has been a large swing. We're stealing a breaking news. That's definitely good for Dungeon Mixer in terms of just taking one more.
If we have cards like mid-seasons in there, this might be a scary hit. Though I would assume next turn we're emptying the corp hand.
Yeah, I
going in.
think so.
5 access on the last one. Scales pretty fast. Over global food.
GFI, I'm definitely like hitting those clan vengeances. Yeah, you don't want to get you don't want to get exchanged.
Corp turn. Yeah, you can hit one and go see. Yeah, Project Beagle getting hit out, and that's it.
Yeah, and an Explodapalooza in there as well, so that is plenty. Yeah. We did see the Sansan in there, so there were potential ways for Ish to come back from this one, but very, very tricky after unfortunate lack of click. But there we go.
Yeah, that one line was kind of a rough one. We lost a lot of our tools to actually close out the game on that.
Right, who's still alive?
I
not
feel like
much,
table 5 probably is going to be a bit longer.
Yeah, that's yeah. Let's go there. We've got Scorpius. It should be an absolute. Oh, we've walked. Well, I don't know if the stream's caught up, but we've walked straight into a vamp, which is quite.
Yeah, just checking if we can stream.
Yeah, all fine to stream.
I'm not saying anything about Jai Sebastian play. Don't mind me.
Okay. Well, I have heard about this deck, but I have not played it or seen it yet.
Yeah, so it's really interesting, the Sebastian deck. It basically just utilizes a lot of the value that you can get from Tech Trader and like a different list of Anarch cards, and you just go and install everything on an off-campus apartment, and then generate millions of credits, and the Vampire Pond down.
Yeah, and that's like such a rude thing. Like Vamp is already, it's a good card in Seb because it gives you a tag. That's never a bad thing.
Oh, 3 advancements?
No,
No,
I
just
think
two.
too
Damn.
big to fail into this. So threatening possibly an SDS which does nothing, which is very funny.
Yeah, I was going to be hyped for the above the law hit here.
Oh, yeah, that would have been like if you had a too big to fail advance audacity above the law would be really quite insane here.
Yeah, the Seb deck is kind of weak for against tech if you don't have your fall guys on table. So like
Yeah,
best defense kind of just blows you up. Or such.
interestingly, could Seema have gone too big to fail and then trashed this? But does Jai really have any way of protecting the off-campus apartment right now?
Yeah, not right now, but you have fall guys in the list.
Yeah, but like, I wonder whether the turn there could have been play the too big to fail and then ask for action. And if there's not one on the street peddler, then
Oh, we're floating a tag?
yeah, you know?
Oh, no, for sure this off-campus has to die. Am I missing something?
I wonder if Seymour just assumed that there was some. I mean, obviously you've got the Seb protection. Fine, you've got a trash card from your hand, but that shouldn't be too much.
Yeah, but you're killing 2 tech traders.
Yeah, and one of them,
and a street peddler and a Dean Lister, like.
yeah, and
That's
one of
a
those
lot of
tech
damage.
traders is gone from the game. Yeah, because it would be you could Scorpios something that came off the trash, right?
You could, yeah. Oh, DJ, visit DJ Fenders? Yep.
Hey, jumping in just to say
And-
that off-campus apartment is not protected by Sebastião.
Oh,
It's not a
so
connection.
Yeah, not even. Misclick? No undoes. No undoes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we like this. Oh, so this would have been a real hype if we'd trashed this. Oh, we're going back with a second vamp. Oh, so rude.
Yeah, that's so mean.
Although,
We can rest stuff on the remote, but yeah, just vamping in, going in the remote does seem pretty nasty.
yeah. Also, if this is SDS, what does Jai have in his list that he can install to
There's
steal
probably
it?
like Aumakuas and God of War, if this is
Okay.
the typical list. And now we see the fall guy come down, put some protection in there.
Yeah, I do see. Like we've got one Amakua removed from the game. There's a keyhole in the bin. There's a surprising lack of stuff removed from game, which is interesting. And it might be just the same reason that I stopped playing Scorpius because I forgot to. I just used to forget.
It's apparently pretty annoying to do on JNet.
Yeah. And like I literally just went back to playing Blue Sun and doing the same stuff out of Blue Sun because it was easier. It used less of my brain.
Yeah, I need to contact NP Kelly to make Scorpius more annoying to play on JNet again.
Right, let's see what this is. We got a Marcus Batty, and it is an SDS, which currently
SDS, yeah, you cannot score, you cannot steal that.
Currently, Jai decides not to steal, which is fun.
Decides not to steal.
We've got a full guy down now, which means that that Seema is in a trickier spot if they want to try. Well, I'm still floating this tag. If we've got second too big to fail in hand, we could go too big to fail, and then we can pay twice and go to the trash.
I'm like looking at this like, is this tag counter bugged or something?
I don't know.
Surely we're not floating a tag this long.
It does seem unusual, especially as especially as Jai definitely had the ability to clear it last round. Like there was
I think we had. Yeah, you don't know how close you are.
Jai assuming that Axu has already quit on the game. What was the second bad pub from? Well, we've definitely taken one from a Too Big to Fail, and then there's also a hostile takeover, which I think was scored early.
Yeah.
Probably used to res a
removed,
Biawak.
probably scored
Yeah.
a Biawak, and that
So-
got
and
trashed
then
by
the
a crew, I would assume.
yeah. Which again, we've got Crew and Siffer in this deck, which is pretty gross. Oh, Seema missing the Scorp trigger, which you definitely want to like. I'm surprised that these vamps aren't going anywhere. Is the main thing. Yeah, the tag definitely came from the most recent vamp web space. However, I'm just questioning why Jai hasn't decided to clear it. Yeah, Seema finding out that Scorp is a pain in the ass to play on JNet.
Yeah, you have to, I think, put it on like manual or something.
It is unfortunate. It's one that you definitely. I thought
Too big to fail. No,
no, because we can't do this because we're just getting the same old thing vamp. Oh no. But at least now, so Seema knows the. I mean, you've got to get you get this kind of stuff out of the way early. Learn how to do these. There's a lot of players today who are kind of picking up Eternal for either a first time or for not usual players, which is always good to see. I mean, we only need 4 credits and 2 clicks to potentially delete the whole of this off-campus apartment right now. We know that there's no extra Fall Guy on the Street Peddler. Jai was nice enough to give us all of that. Yeah, I think we're
just a
vamping again. Just absolute disgusting.
Yeah, same thing. Kind of a nasty card. Does probably mean we have a second one somewhere. I guess we don't. Because I feel we have also a levy somewhere here to allow us to record the deck also.
Yeah, we didn't see the levy on the Street Peddler by any chance, did we?
I don't think so.
Oh, Seema notably gonna use Scorp here, I think, to kill the vamp.
I would assume so.
Definitely feels like.
Yeah, you definitely want to get rid of those during the game.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we will go for the second loop around, play 3 vamps again. Probably DJ Fenris into a Steve Cambridge and hit 2 more vamps minimum.
Yeah. I mean, the DJ is quite fun here, right? Because you can play, DJ Geist early, and then if I am right, because I have seen this list, and I think it might have been Warlock's, Warlock that put out an early version, and it has a single copy of Isolation in there, a card which sees absolutely 0 play, and is purely there so that you can trash the DJ Fenris to bring the DJ Fenris back for an alternative target, which is about the coolest use of an unplayed card that I think there is out there right now. It's
pretty up there for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, I've tried to use Isolation. Like, Isolation should be good, and it's really not.
It's just 5 credits. Imagine if like it was a criminal card, you could like hit your own class acts or something.
I mean, that's mainly what I've been used. That's mainly what I've used it for.
Okay, I forgot
like,
who I was
Anarch.
talking about.
Yeah, in playing like multiple copies of Class Act in Anarch, it's actually kind of hype. I
Yeah.
feel like if it cost 3 and gave you 8, it would actually be a bit better because then you could get some really good like Mamie value off it, and then I think it would be kind of.
That's not real, I feel like.
Look, I don't necessarily play decks which are real.
Obviously, Eyes on HQ, so trying to stop some amount of vamps in the future.
Yeah, and there's
Maybe a
some
bit
pretty
too late though.
possibly. I mean, this SDS has just sat here for quite a while, and Jai probably only has a couple of programs in the entire deck, and we've already seen one of them go. So he's in an interesting position where can't really install any other programs without going and getting rid of it.
Yeah.
But also can't really go and get rid of it. So I guess he's just hoping to sort of win off singles in the meantime.
Yeah, that does feel like it. And you have time to win on singles here.
Because is there an Eru in the deck like that? That's something which could speed things
I
up
don't
a little
think
bit.
normally no. I think it has like one Manuel as win condition, maybe.
Right. Yeah. That...
No, actually, probably not even that. Take a tag of the friend of a friend.
Pretty sick when you include the tech traders in there as well. Plus a
It
draw
is for sure.
and a Sebastião and everything. Okay, so we got Dean Lister. Very good with Amakua. Maybe we see a second Amakua come down. We're nearly at the end of the sub deck, so we're looking
we're
to
trashing
move
the
around.
second Dean Lister that we originally had on the on the
Oh.
off campus already. Playing a rumor mill, so the Marcus Batti on the remote does nothing.
Yeah, just what better way to have fun than to stop the corp doing anything with anything?
Yeah.
Always good. Scorp does seem to be on a fair few 2-1s here though, so can possibly clear this rumor mill quite easily.
If this is similar to Scorp list we have seen previously, like from the Eternal Super League last year, it definitely is like a situation where the Corp deck is more like I just play 3 copies of Hostile Takeover and 3 copies of Green Mail as my ways to clear my opponent currents.
Mm. And they're quite good because you can be on. Are we just scoring? We're just scoring. Like why? Like and clearing the rumor mill with it. Yeah, I mean that's possible.
that makes sense.
Could Seema could trash. So this is where like your score. Yeah, possibly realizing as well. So can use Scorpios on the corpse turn to get rid of this rumor mill, which is always fun. So that's one less problem card to deal with.
Yeah. And if Jade actually doesn't have any more breakers or programs, we might see a situation where Simmer can just push out the second SDS drone deployment.
Although I think that this privileged access is going to be getting the keyhole, and then that's going to really lock things up. With Seema at 1 credit, not really going to be able to do anything about that. Yeah, Seema deciding to take the same old thing out of the equation. I think it's probably worth
that's one less vamp we have to worry about at some point. And your call is that we will get like keyhole and wheels or a crew here?
Yeah, probably crew, I would think, because you do need a way of getting through ice. The keyhole is the win condition, and is also much safer to install now that the SDS has been scored. And I think Jai was probably just waiting on that moment, because I think there might only be 2 programs in this deck. It really might be a problem. Luckily now, Jai can just click this keyhole over and over and over and over again until there's enough points in the bin that he can go and win.
Yeah. Sadly, keyhole doesn't show us anything. It just shows the runner the options. So we can only...
Yeah. Oh, we do see that we get to see what he trashed. So that's a Typhonium down, which makes sense. Pretty brutal card. Would have been good if Jai was on. What is it? Parasite. But probably just crew.
Sure. It's still a pretty annoying breaker to face or ice to face. The subroutines on it are kind of nasty.
Oh yeah, especially for a barrier. But these are not barrier subroutines. If you haven't played against Typhonium, it's a card that I love. It was terrible the entire time that Paperclip was out, but the minute that Paperclip got banned, it was suddenly like a broken card again because you really had to.
I think it just got instantly banned after Paperclip left the game.
Yeah, but that's only because they brought out Arasana and they decided to not have a card which absolutely screwed their new fun toy.
I think based on the, I don't know, but still a card I hate a lot. Barriers are not supposed to do that.
They also released Hush at the same time as they banned it, and they probably just did like someone basically just went, I don't ever want to have to deal with the judge call on what happens when you have a Hush on a Typhonium and you res the Typhonium and what happens then. So just get rid of it because it's much easier.
I mean, we used to have the magnet interaction. That's not super different.
I think the magnet interaction you can kind of work at. The Typhonium one is way trickier because it should technically trash the Trojan that's on it once it's rezzed. And so that's where it gets really funky. And the fact that you can't then put a Hush on it if it's already rezzed. You know, you could technically host your Hush on a magnet, even if it's rezzed. But
I personally don't see the issue, but who knows? And
okay,
are we going to keyhole just 4 times again?
Yeah, probably.
From the tech trader, and we are getting a.
And probably just deleting the vamp, I would imagine, from the game here. I think the tech trader doesn't.
Getting a gaze.
Interesting.
Geist is interesting. Probably just securing it for the next loop over. And we want to find our. Oh, and there was a vamp on the.
Yeah. So that's 2 of the vamps out of the game. I guess Steve, against anyone else, you might pick Steve at this point, but realistically, there shouldn't be much left in like with Scorp destroying all the good cards, like you won't have great Steve triggers. So it kind of makes sense to just go for the tempo. Let's watch.
That does make sense.
Yeah, let's watch Seema score out and above the law here. I guess the Fall Guys would.
Fall Guys sadly protects it.
Yeah.
We can always hope for an All-Seeing Eye as a tech card. And then Judge just removes a per pub because that card works in mysterious ways.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
We'd need to really like counterplay to that card.
We'd need to play 4 of them.
And Vamp draws the Vamp insta. That's a skill
instantly
diff.
Lords of Vamp is kind of nuts. And we've got the crew, we've got Siffer, so there's nothing that Seymour can do. I mean, I think you potentially res, and if you can,
You
and you
res and
dunk
ice
anything that
just
you
to
could.
make sure your opponent has to spend stuff, yeah. If you
If
can, of course.
yeah,
Also, could be like a Kesselroy, which you cannot actually trash.
oh, that's kind of hype. Kesselroyd, like if you were playing free Kesselroyds, Jai noting that he's going to lose on time, and that's all his fault.
I think I did take a 5 or 8 minute turn at one point, so.
Yeah. Yeah, if you play just triple Kesselroyd in here, I can see that being really smart as an option in Scorp, because you just want like small, cheap end run ice, but preferably ones which have like additional abilities to protect themselves. And Kesselroyd has a very, very good one.
Thing of tag again.
Yeah, I really think here, like, essentially, Jai just needs to smash that keyhole 4 times
Yeah,
a turn
start keyholing.
and find 6 points.
Yeah, I believe so.
Maybe looking for the one of
Calling on the remote.
Yeah, it seems wise. We need to make sure that Seymour doesn't sort of just like even just scoring a 3-2 here and getting to 6 points would be a problem for Jai.
It would for sure.
I mean, we're at 40 minutes already, right? Is this 45-minute turns?
I think it's 40-minute rounds, but we probably set up the lobby a bit before we actually started the game.
Fair.
Oh, just a Rashida. We don't have to trash that one. And popping the second Street Peddler. What do we have there? Rumor Mill. Hey. So we trash Rumor Mill and Street Peddler and install our Arcer's crew from the set-aside cards.
Yeah. I think Jai noted that
Yeah.
Scorp's already been used, right? So
Crew not in the apartments. One crew getting left out.
yeah, you can't fit 2 whole crews in an apartment. We tried to do that at Worlds this year, and and you nearly lost your deposit. I mean, I say 2. It started as 2. It ended up being nearly 4 testing teams worth of people in a 8-person apartment.
In one Airbnb.
Yeah. It's definitely Soccer's fault, though. We all know that that's the case.
And we are trying to set the keyholes in this turn.
Yeah.
And now the strat is for Seymour to like undo click, huh?
Jai, you don't have time to undo your clicks. You just need to hit this keyhole.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh right, okay.
Take God of War first.
Taking the tag.
Sure.
Maybe installing what's his face with this, if we think there's maybe one in the list. No, I'm thinking the guy that lets you see an extra 2. Oh, Gianni! Oh my word!
And I believe timer just in Discord, the timer just finished. Timer gets called.
I mean, so technically he's undone the turn. Like, where does that leave the turn starting? Like, is it Seymour's turn? Or
I believe Seymour has one more turn after this.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. He also has credit.
Question is, firstly, can we clear the tag?
Interesting.
Yeah.
So you can. What?
Privilege accessing?
You need to be getting down something
also,
which
this
is going to see.
is like the MVP here. It protects you from keyholes so good.
Yeah.
privilege access, this is not enough, right? It lets you get the wheels. I guess it's just a
So
free
get
click.
wheels for
Wheels lets you
another
run the remote.
click. But we've
Yeah,
already
wheels
got.
runs.
No, but we've got a wheels
Wheels-
out, so we can't get a
we?
second. We should be using that first.
No, that
wheel.
wheel was installed from the thing, right?
Oh right, okay, fine.
Yeah. But yeah, wheels runs the remote, clears the Jackson Howard, lets you get 2 keyhole accesses.
Yeah. Maybe we've got an. Whoa. Seema pointing out the hilarity. Basically, there's 2 types of Eternal games. You can die turn 4 to boom or lose to deep dive, etc., or CI, or you can get absolutely ground out for 40 to 45 minutes.
I mean, Scorp is one of those decks that does this to the opposing side. So
yeah. Yeah, it is true. You've got to play pretty slowly and carefully against Scorp because I mean, just the Scorp deck ain't gonna go fast, so you need to approach it in the same way.
yeah, you have to maximize every value you can out of every single card you can.
Show me a single Kesselroyd here.
There's
Yes,
a Kesselroyd.
it's a Kesselroyd. Oh, so sick.
Yeah.
Oh,
Getting booted out. No shot you can
What?
get through there. Did we use
Absolute
God,
brutal.
wait, do we have God of War counters or no?
No, there's not got. Apparently, there's not God of War counters. I think Jai took back.
I
that
think Jai must have forgot to like use those, and now
No,
he's
no,
paying
no,
the
no,
price.
because he wanted to use privileged access, right? So he couldn't take the tag.
Oh, you
So
cannot take the tag out of the God of War. Yo.
So he now needs to.
Getting
He now
punished.
needs to single. He needs to single access 6 points on literal singles. He needs to go
Yeah.
top deck R&D for a 3-pointer. Run again and see another one, or maybe he has an extra click to like keyhole and but like the keyhole does nothing. Like, oh, this is hilarious.
Yeah.
I mean,
Are we thinking
unless
about
there's
something
something on
here?
this Street Peddler, but I think there's one Amakua in the list, right?
And
And
Street Peddler doesn't even work because Amakua doesn't work here because it comes down on 0 strength.
No, but you got Siffer. You're fine.
I'm gonna trash crew to attempt to trash guess. Huh?
I think he just wants to take the tag, but no, but you've got a tag, Jai. Okay, he wants to. Okay, so he wants to do this just to draw a card.
I believe so. So we're using Sifara? No, we're taking a tag to like lower the strength.
Maybe. No one knows what's happening apart from Jai, and we'll just.
No, I think
Ice doesn't have 0 strength, right?
What is happening? Can you still use our Arcera's crew to like trash itself, even though the Ice you're countering is more than? Because like you pay the effect, and then you get the like other effect.
Okay,
I think
so
Stella properties are in the like chat, so we can get like clear resolutions.
yeah, this is going to be really funny if Jai dies to too big to fail into boom, like out of nowhere.
Steal your 6 points and then lose.
Okay. Hold up. We got a rumor
That's
mill.
not enough though. We don't have clicks.
We have
we have 2 clicks remaining, but that's still worse than just single accessing R&D. Like you cannot win with these 2 clicks.
If there is one agenda already in the room, already in archives,
we have a second wheels.
We got second wheels. That's another click. Okay.
Trader.
Yeah. So
no, that's a tech trader we already had there, right? So 3 clicks. That means we get actual 2 good keyholes.
Seema wondering what the hell is going on. Same as us. So I am sure that came off a Street Peddler, right? Street Peddler. There were 2 wheels on on one Street Peddler. That's really funny.
Removing one of the wheels from the game.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think Joe will just get 2 keyhole runs.
Yeah, like keyhole run archives is your only play here. Jai looking to draw more though. Maybe there is something else which
If you draw for some such, it like lets you do something else. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe there's some other form of. Okay, we're we're hitting the keyholes. I guess like maybe.
Eminent domain. That's 1 point.
Okay.
We might be able to tie the game.
We could get a draw. We could get a draw. This is a lot of work for a draw.
And double keyhole effect. Jackson Howard doesn't see the second agenda.
And that's
yeah,
it.
just has to remove the tag GG's. Jai loses on time after 50 minutes being taken on the clock. Unique cards accessed 4. So
Jai with the most solitaire shaper bullshit setup, forgetting to actually that at some point he needed to win the game.
Yeah, I feel like we kind of got greedy at some point.
Yeah,
we could have just keyholed in R&D.
Yeah, I think Jai essentially was waiting for the right time in terms of he was waiting for the SDS to be scored before installing the keyhole. So that made a lot of sense. But Seema actually just scoring that out, I thought might have been a mistake, but I think actually just works massively in his favor, due to the fact that we absolutely kind of nailed it with the timed win or the time. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Jai getting his scorped right back at him. So couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
I believe Jai is also playing Scorp, but the cheater that he is has no information on the Corp.
Oh,
Corp
I see. Is he the unspecified? Yeah, because I was going to say I didn't see a Seb on here, so that kind of makes sense. So Scorp second most, if that's the case, second most chosen corp for today. Kind of. Just a single CI is really interesting. I'm sorry, I've pulled up the
ID list.
The Cobra on my page just for a second. Single CI feels really interesting to me.
I think CI is one of those lists that people just don't want to play because it's kind of cringe to some people.
Yeah, I guess we can't all be Jeff, so that kind of makes sense. Yeah, and I guess
CI definitely I like the eternal powerhouse.
Yeah, it's also one of the ones which you can absolutely bone. Like if you like, it's a classic sort of combo thing where it's really easy for you to absolutely screw up the combo, whichever one you're doing, because there's a variety of different options at the moment, and so I guess without sort of a bit of practice, going straight into a tournament and saying, right, here's a here's a 19-point combo that you need to go through the basics of. Kind of feels a bit tricky. We able to watch Adam this round? Have we got Adam playing? Because if so, I really want to see what Adam's doing.
We do. It's Adam against Scorpios, which like we might want to save Adam for a different round. If you're
Okay,
alright with
yeah,
that.
maybe we
There's
do
like
that.
there's Mati versus 419, which could be really cool.
Yeah, actually, I quite like that as an option. That seems high power. Table 1. Got Knight from Chess, Reading player. I hope.
Oh, shout outs for the Reading scene.
Yeah, pretty sure. I like definitely that part of the country. Either way, I apologize.
Yeah, we can
Knight from Chess if not.
jump into the stream. I thought Reading only played startup.
No, that's just you're just tarring Ready with a loosely shaped brush right there.
Maybe. I feel like this matchup is going to be way more standard like than our matchups that we have seen before, because both of these decks, like it's reg. Okay, before I have to eat my words, 419 can do some absolute bullshit also, but I'm expecting it to be kind of a regulist, and typically Mati also plays like Jinteki Glacier with just a pile of broken cards in there, but it's still like a familiar like system of a deck.
Yes, until this suddenly turns out to be like a GPI net tap deck, and then the MTI gets absolutely rolled.
Yes, that was what I had to preface. That if we start doing some absolute junk, it's like
I've tried to play. I remember when Warlock was giving the GPI net taps like a test again to like what maybe this is good, and I was playing MTI at the time, and it was the most it's the most. I was just like the start of the game all felt fine. I was like, I've set up, I've got some stuff going on, what have you, and then it's the most unable to do anything on the corpse side, like the most prisony runner I think I've ever played against at that point, where you're just like, I could purge, but it's pointless. I could put stuff behind ice, but that's pointless. I could. You're just like, I've literally got nothing. Like you cannot do anything at that point, and then turning whip comes down and you lose. This is either a slow start from Knight from Chess, or maybe just looking for the kind of a bit of. I guess you can just stick the Jackson out there. It eats
you
419 trigger. So
yeah, 419 trigger, then you click it for just drawing 2, and then you protect yourself 2 with the Mati trigger later on.
Yeah, and obviously no need to ice HQ against any kind of all of the things which 419 might be playing. Diversions, probably not, but account siphon and transfers, because you're MTA, so ice can come from anywhere. Wild side.
Wild side.
Here we go.
That's a criminal draw.
Yeah. Do you think we're on pancakes? Are we going to see like pancakes wild side? Because that's kind of
kind of cool. There was some Scarty coming one turn too late.
One turn too late. Pad tap getting 0 value so far. That's got to feel good for Knight from Chess. No, nothing there. We're seeing the transfer.
No transfer, just sending it.
Yeah, I mean, probably kind of got to.
You better have an ice.
Forcing that interaction. I can never remember.
We might be just dead here. There is an ice.
We'll see what it is.
Size done.
It's a size done. How good are you at calling events? Let's find out.
We're not dead though. Our
Shit,
boy
it's a
also
GPR
infected.
net thing. It's a GPR net. Wow.
We do siphon 2 credits, and
Yeah.
now we can start running the remote, but no, deciding not to go for it.
Removing the tag is kind of interesting now. I feel like you float it, but I guess you've got a lot of value on the line. But yeah, I think I might have checked server 2 at least. It seems like the best time that you have to possibly do it.
Yeah, now you have to again fight through some sort of an ice if you want to go for it.
Yeah, like you said,
Okay.
standard netrunner. Click for everyone. Just clicks for credits.
I believe you like some real jank, so I have like an idea that what this deck could be doing with Wildside. If we had adjusted chromotypes, and we have like a gene conditioning shop,
Yeah.
and then we can play like another start of turn lose a click ability.
Yeah, I mean that was my kind of wonder whether they might be on something like PT, like that's where my brain goes to the motorbike, the PT something, which stops you like taking a tag, and then like all of your transfers and your diversions and things like that wouldn't tag you. But it might be something like that. It might just be we needed a bit of draw. We're going for Dirty Laundry, which is probably going to get hit with a tattoo that we know is in hand. But I guess if so, then we can challenge server 2. So we can find out. See if Knight from Chess wants to stop this in its paths.
Yeah, also this is really frustrating for your our GPI NetApp deck, because like Matti is really good at getting this ice rest before you actually interact with it.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I mean, but once Amakua comes down, we're all boned, right? Like
yeah, but you cannot expose like rest ice, right?
True. We might have ways of maybe we're on the run all 3 centrals and and throw it all down again.
And he's doing a GPI NetApp.
I mean, that's expensive to install currently, so that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, we might also have a second one already.
Yeah. Just showing the Rashid. Yeah. I think I'd be rezzing it as well right now, just in case. I don't want it to get hit with. Well, I guess it's only like 4 credits. Yeah.
That's still 4 credits.
Okay.
Oh, and we also have crowdfunding. I really do like this deck, runner deck.
Yeah, this is kind of hype. Corporate grant with crowdfunding seems pretty gross. But Knight from Chess on 14 credits here. Able to pay to prevent in this case, and putting the ice there. So saying like I've got the protection, even if I can MTI on HQ if I need to, and still protect the server, which is where MT gets really scary now, because you can't even sort of force out the MT and get a free run.
Yeah,
that's a good problem. Okay,
I'm cool.
Down. They go for just a total counter. Seems good. No MT ability there. The slot machine in the bin is kind of interesting. That must have been from an early discard.
I think so, yeah.
Otherwise, that's the perfect thing to just hop on archives to stop these runs. Knight from Chess could empty here, knowing that City can't swing onto the server, so possibly worth getting a piece of ice out for free. Does give
looks like it.
Yeah, 419 trigger on both sides. Oh, tributary.
That's so annoying in Matti.
Oh, really gross. Getting more ice on the board. This is just gonna like generate ice left, right, and center now.
Yeah.
Another Rashida.
Okay, we have drawn through our deck. We find the scarcity of resources.
Yeah, kind of gross because this deck definitely seems to be running. It's going to be running a fair few resources from the looks of things.
Yeah, for sure. You can kind of force yourself through tributary, but it's not optimal.
No, and I mean, you can do, and then you might still just hit something behind it with the MT ability. So it's really quite upsetting to do so. Okay, we've got the snitch. Snitches get stitches. Going HQ, we're moving the tributary there, which is just gonna fire, I imagine. Knight from chess probably able to get just a ton of ice out for absolutely no clicks and no credits, and icing up archives. Very nice. Like we said, some games are quick and others just grind you into the ground. But this could still turn around very, very quickly.
Yeah, this engine is starting to get set up. Like Snitch and Hour of War get you kind of a lot of credits, and then you combine that with Amakua, it just gets nasty.
Yeah, you do need the GPI net taps down sooner rather than later though, because you need it while there's still unresed ice. That's the important bit about it. Seeing an Anansi and deciding to jack out, probably quite wise. Although we are now up to five counters on the turtle, which is pretty much the magic number against most of MT's ice, right? Like, unless we're on a cheeky Chiashi, which is going to be quite rude against this deck anyway.
Chess is a bit expensive for meta where people are actually trashing ice though.
Yeah, true. Deciding to get rid of a pad tap, that makes sense. We've got the money to do it in the moment.
Yeah, and it's just really important to keep the runner down here.
Although I wonder whether Knight from chess needs to be sort of making some moves before the rest of this engine gets set up, because it might just come around to bite them quicker than they expect.
Yeah, after we get like a second Amakua in there, and like the Samba, we have a lot of credits to play around with. The corporation deck is kind of good at like exploit stuff like tributary, for example, does get you like, so your opponent cannot get these extremely free triggers all the time.
The pancakes are coming down. Okay, let's
Our
go.
influence literally 3 wildside and like 2 copies of, or 3 copies of adjacent chronotype.
Yeah, I mean that's probably almost the entire influence of the deck, right? And they've just gone with that as the draw engine. I mean everything else is blue that you need for this deck, right? With the exception of it's just Turning Wheel. Like it's the only other like influence splash that you really want to make.
I think I have seen this list being played with like SMCs also, to actually fetch your combo pieces out.
I could see that.
Or engine pieces out more like correctly.
Like I wonder if just like Nuka would have been, like Nukas and Diesels might have been an option, something along those lines.
That is pretty good to draw, to be fair.
I mean, we'll hold on to it, because if the pancakes have a secondary use, if there's something else in here which adjusted chronotype can help with, then we'll eat all of our words on this, because it could be pretty good.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, this tributary is like a real problem here. Like-
Yeah, at least it just functions for the first ice. You can pick 2, expose the Engram flush inside, and check out and get your 2 credits from Aurevor. Yeah, still basically a free run. We can then go server 2 or serve on HQ to basically click for 2 credits at a time. And an
Yeah.
Omakua counter as well. But you do need to keep 1 unrest ice somewhere.
Yeah. Steph in chat pointing out that there's probably better ways to draw for less influence, and Mezzy pointing out that they don't care about the influence, they just want to play pancakes, and I'm with them. Like
There's multiple bots for different people in Eternal.
Yeah, the thing I'm really hoping for is like an end game one of isolation to get rid of the rid of the wild side. Then we're talking. Okay, Tattoo Bola potentially actually a bad thing here. Like you're going to be putting some more ice face down, which is something that you don't want against this deck. There's actually good cause to potentially leave the tattoo exactly where it was. MTI trigger, putting the tattoo back.
And yeah, runner just on 2 credits. So even like getting through Tattoo Bola is annoying when it's half of your credit pool.
Absolutely. We can just jack out here and get more money, and I think that's what we're going to do. Maybe challenge the remote now. It's a bit late considering we've got this Nisei counter. So if this is an agenda, then
I also believe that's a managram on there. We did see one earlier in the game. Oh, that was trashed, so maybe not.
Okay. So now, like, this is kind of wild because it seemed like for so long that the MTI deck was absolutely in control. I have a feeling that this whole game has just switched around and everything is going to get yeah, you see, so here you purge because it feels like the right thing to do. It's absolutely useless on like it's so, I mean, okay, it's not completely useless because there is Lacosta in the remote, so stuff is happening while you're purging. But yeah, your natural instinct to just go, well, I'm going to purge, and that would deal with this Amakua. This Amakua will be at 5 strength by the end of this turn if Sidro wants it to be, which is kind of just silly.
It's like 1 expose from the Snitch, 1 expose from the GPI net tap on an unrest ice.
Yeah.
And that's like 2 counters per run for Amakua already.
Yeah. And you're making credits by doing it as well.
Yeah, when you Aurevor out. First turn you have to encounter the tributary, which is annoying, but you kind of just have to eat it. And it's just 1 draw for the opponent.
Well, it's a draw and an install.
Yeah, I guess. But like you're mating all your eyes anyway, because tributary does just install
eyes. City choosing to keep the tributary on archives by running there first, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so exposing the Engram flush, getting out.
Now the engine is.
Have also exposed with GPI net tap right before.
Did it not do that? Oh no, so this is a
I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
And for people who haven't seen this interaction, because this was one which I hadn't even really come across. It was legal for ages. Like almost everything was legal, and yet no one played it. I think purely out of the fact that no one had that much of a villain arc in them to really do this. It's about the most evil thing you can play as a corp, as a runner, I think.
Around us, like Red Sands, I would assume this was legal.
Yeah, I remember it all being legal way later than you would have assumed. Like, you know, they just like none of it really got banned, and people just weren't playing it because they had either decided that it didn't work as an engine or
Oh, I guess
you know.
Samba is the only thing that got printed later than Red Sands from this engine.
Yeah. Zamba was the last cycle, the fun one, which I suddenly can't remember the name of, but there we go.
Kitara.
There we go.
Yeah, but like if you get Zamba in here also, that's 2 credits per run. And like, yeah, this deck just kind of melts eye strategies at some point. But the early start was so frustrating for Sidero here. Second GPI net tap.
Seems almost overkill, but we'll, you know, make sure that we're absolutely frustratingly disgusting in terms of how much dice we can deal
If you
with.
run twice, you're supposed to get 3 counters per, like 6 counters for 2 runs.
Yeah. I also think that, so the GPI net tap, the second one was installed. City might not have realized that they need to activate them because it's a May. Maybe installing the second one will trigger that as a oh, I should be getting more counters than this, because they should have had 3 counters off that single run.
There might be a situation where we like JNet interfaces are really not fun sometimes with these kind of triggers.
Oh, okay, here we go. City's worked it. I mean, this is like totally unnecessary amount of counters now, but it's what it is. Ooh, choosing to continue is interesting.
Nancy? You still break it for solid enough.
Yeah, I feel like
Like
you
very
want to
fine.
keep it face down, but I don't know. Maybe we're just looking to drain the money. I mean, it is 8 credits, and City could swing onto the remote here. Probably needs to jack out here. Or
yeah, check out for your sweet 2 credits.
Tanking?
That
No, we're
counters hasn't done.
tanking the Saisentan.
We have a lot of 3 cards in hand, so we can eat 2 subs for sure.
I think we're tanking the lot, which is scary because we hit like a Fuji or something and we die.
If your opponent is playing Fuji in their Mati deck, they deserve to win the game.
Oh, they lost a turning wheel to
losing
it.
a turning wheel.
Huge.
That oboe? We could steal it.
Steal it, and we do.
Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, clears the Scarta Freezers also.
Yeah, true. Maybe that's why we didn't play the turning wheel. You've got to wonder how many turning wheels there are, though, in the deck, because it's either going to be 1 or 2. Knight from chess here could just push the 4-pointer, the 2-pointer, but doesn't have it to jam from the looks of it. So
typically, I believe these Matilis only play like 7 agendas in them, where it's like 1 is say 3 oboe, 3 future perfect. It's like the typical split, I believe.
Right. Yes, maybe. I mean, you know, I would, as we're playing a sort of off meta month and not everyone here plays Eternal all the time, I would, you know, still be open to this being maybe 3 Nisei's and some other split.
Yeah, for sure. Could be. I think some people have also been playing like Regenesis in there as like a brilliant scoring tool.
So really good with things like Oboe, where they're generally pretty safe, even if they are in archives.
We're deciding that we don't need just like even more Amakua counters.
Yeah, this is what the second GPO net tap was really an overstretch. I feel in a big way.
Like if we find the Zamba also, then it starts to cook pretty hard though.
Yeah,
there it is. That's 5 credits per run here.
Yeah, so So this is, I mean, so the interesting thing here, so here now, City really needs to make sure that they are clicking those GPI net taps because they are worth a hell of a lot. City's got the absolute nuts engine set up. However, they are in danger of jying themselves out of the game by playing their own excellent little disgusting solitaire game of like, I have this under lock and key, whilst Nightflip Chess is actually pushing out in a remote, which is probably going to be pretty hard to get into, even with money and clicks.
I mean, this run is basically 5 credits, and then if you run the remote, it's a lot also.
Yeah, and if there's a Managarm, or if that's a Caprice, or any or a Void or anything like that, then we're technically already pretty much out of clicks to do this.
Yeah.
We need to run now, and then at least once and possibly twice more, and maybe win a Caprice Psy game each time. I think Jai might be listening to the chat.
Maybe.
No,
It's announced on the remote.
Nisei does not care about how many credits 4-9 has. Exactly, Mezzy. It's going either way.
And there are GPI net taps also pressing it.
Yeah. I wonder if it's correct to not install more ice here. It's probably correct to not install more ice with MTI, unless it's literally a border control. So Managarm.
Yeah, could be. Managarm we might. Oh, we have a Nisei counter as a backup also.
But you have to Nisei now, right? I believe.
No, you make them spend Managarm, then you install with the Mate trigger.
Oh yeah, okay.
Then they have to deal with the ice, and then you can Nisei.
But here, like this, I actually wonder if this is incorrect, because here you're giving another piece of face down ice, right?
Oh,
and
that's true.
they can farm more money off this. Whereas if you actually just Managarmed, if you just Nisei'd them and made them run back,
Yeah.
I don't think they've got the
Doesn't end up
credits to
mattering
do
though,
it.
I think. Yeah, managing to just score out the future proof from the remote.
Yeah, future perfect off the board. I mean, City absolutely locking that up for the late game, but maybe just not swinging. Yeah, not swinging to the sort of right direction at the right time. Also, maybe needed that turning wheel down to close out in a different way on that turn.
Yeah, turning wheel on R&D. If we could have like gotten turning wheel down a bit earlier, it could have like gotten you counter from the R&D runs, and then you force the ice install from the Matteon server 2 and force it through R&D.
Absolutely. It looks like we've only got one game remaining. Let me see if it's at a state where it's worth jumping in. I mean, there's a board state here. I would say that this one's yeah, I think it's probably worth not jumping into this one. It is over. It's definitely over. We might not save for fun. Yeah, this one's going to be over anyway. So I think we just wait for the next round. Well, it's fun. It's always fun to see And still an interesting build. I would imagine that the 419 that we've just seen is must be a bit of a tweak on like their own thing. I don't think I've seen anyone else playing Wildside Pancakes in that, for example.
No, I haven't seen anybody play that ever.
But yeah, that's quite fun. Lovely. So I guess at the moment, who's doing well? Can we see the so Knight from Chess, Dungeon Bookster took that down. Ish unfortunately lost with Adam. That's a shame. Definitely want to see that Adam. Ob Abyss stares back being on Ob. I guess we don't know what type of Ob that is, but we can guess that it's somewhat a standard kill deck, but that's always a fun one to see how disgusting Ob does its thing. City in chat. Yeah, we were pretty. I was pretty hyped when I saw the wild side come down because I assumed that it meant that you were on Pancakes. I want to know, is there any other thing that might use Pancakes in the deck? Because if so, then you get an extra big thumbs up from me. My jank pullout was that you would be on a PT, whatever it is, the piece of hardware which like loses you a click but then stops you taking tags, or stops the first tag. Because I've definitely played that deck before. And by that deck, I mean I've been probably the only person to put that lump of cards together, but it's fun.
Yeah, I feel like you're definitely the person where I can ask, have you played this like jank deck before? And the answer is every time yes.
There's very few things I haven't tried at some point, at least. But yeah, although recently I haven't had the time, which feels sad because there's definitely I'm gutted that I kind of missed out on like playing. Like I did genuinely want to play Nebula in Eternal when it was first out, because I was just like, this is going to be disgusting. It's already like good enough, like strong enough and good enough in standard, and the amount of additional sort of options that you have for, even you just put Subliminal into the game and like Nebula goes through the roof in terms of its power value in my opinion. So you don't need very much at all to kind of make it feel pretty gross.
Yeah, it's definitely up there. I've been also kind of brewing Eternal lately. I just don't really have a corp that I like. That's my biggest issue right now.
And also I've realized that I haven't played Eternal since oh, holy bejesus. Maybe we should have watched this game. Sorry, I just popped back in to see what was going on in because I assumed that Lucy and Ace Empress would have finished by now, but
should we jump back in?
No, it really is over now. Yeah, what I need to do is play some more Eternal Blue Sun now. Biowak is a thing, because that's something that I haven't done, and I can just swap out the archers in my old Eternal Blue Sun deck and put in Biowaks, and it will be a lot better.
Sure.
City's just been like cooking Pancakes decks, so I'm totally down with this. City, if I ever get WooTube back up and running at some point, then I need to get you on and we can just build pancake decks all night. That'd be great. Um, but yeah. Also, you know the card that got spoiled at or scooped at Worlds that allows you to do
The HP double one.
I'm thinking more of the one that allows you to do stuff with the one that allows you to play doubles, but it only costs a single.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that one. Which I think, so the HB double one, exactly. There has to be some absolutely disgusting things you can do with that in Eternal, I would imagine.
Probably kinda. I remember it being like, if you look at the list of doubles, a lot of them are cards that would not be good even as like one-click cards.
Oh, fair. I mean, if
but like, a lot of those cards are kind of really good.
If Ish had one down today, then he wins the game. So there is that.
Yeah, sadly, it's the corp card, not a runner card.
No. I mean, like as when he with the consulting visit.
Oh,
like,
yeah, with that one, yeah.
Consulting visit definitely.
Yeah,
consulting into Boom has to be like a thing which you could then do.
Yeah. Also, if you play like an asset deck, you play distributed tracing, Scorch Urge.
Oh yeah.
Which is kind of funny.
Yeah, that's kind of gross. And kind of quite
like
easy as well.
Yeah. Also, you get to then play like Corporate Hospitality for one click. You get to play Reclamation Order for one click.
Nice.
Okay, a test. What does Reclamation Order do?
No, I actually know what Reclamation Order does because we played it in the disgusting IG deck that me and Augustus built. Or we had it in there at one point as an option. I think it's the one which allows you to trash a card, and then you gain credits equal to the trash cost, something like that. Is that the right one, or am I thinking of something different? Maybe I'm thinking of something different.
No, Reclamation Order is like a 2 influence or 1 credit HB double card, which is name a card other than Reclamation Order. Reveal any number of copies of the name card from archives and add them to the HQ.
Okay, yeah. Hey, that's quite good. Like, I mean, that's like not great, is it?
I think you might have been thinking about reuse, which is like Whale.
No. It's definitely a purple card. It was one which was used with, like, basically because it meant that as IG, you like basically played this one card and anything that you trashed gave you 50 credits because you've got like 50 cards in the bin, and it like adds it onto the value of it. I can't remember what it was though. It's like a card which is only ever seen play in IG, I guess. Product Recall, Kakasklab with it. Yeah, that's exactly the card. But that's not a double now that I think about it.
It's a HB Alliance card, so you get your Jeeves also for free.
Yeah, I think that was one of the reasons. Like we were already on enough like HB cards to get it for free. But
yeah, that's funny. Yeah. Like you power shutdown your entire deck in the archives. Product 3 call a card to get like 50 credits. That's funny as hell.
It was like we had a few things. We basically just needed a way to not lose, like if we just got like vamped or hit with like a ton of siphons, and it's like you just need a real quick way to pop back up to have just enough credit to res like the things which you need to res, and then you're fine. Like they're completely locked out at that point anyway. So right, have we got next pairings yet? Yes, we have. So we could see we've got an alternative Nebula versus Wizard. We got Adam versus IG. Oh, do we want to watch IG? That could be really rough on Adam.
Yeah, no, maybe that's a bit too tough.
Or we've got 419 versus who knows what because it's Jai. Keeping it. Maybe I think we either watch the CI game or the Nebula game this time round. So it's Wizard either way.
I mean, I could be interesting. I feel like.
Let's do it. We haven't seen CI yet. That's table 2. Banana. Oh, we got some funky card backs here. Anyone know where are these ones from?
Who knows? And we're okay for the stream.
Yeah.
Did we watch Abu Stairs Backs already?
We haven't watched Abyss yet. We have seen Dungeon Master play their other side.
Yeah, I feel like this is typically like a matchup where Wizard kinda excels in. Or like basically CV Anarch excels in.
Yeah.
I cannot claim that it's just Wizard, but yeah. Esa also a pretty nasty counter pick.
Yeah, the Wizard credits here will hit Jackson Howard's and I guess and also the clearances, like specifically the violet level clearances. If you can find one of those, then that always feels quite nice to take out for the Wizard credits. I mean, it all really depends on how fast the CI can go, right? Like,
yes, 100%.
CI can really outpace because you need to get the Clan Vengeance down, and you also need to get some counters on it. And if you don't get enough counters on it, then taking 2 or 3 cards out of a hand can win you the game, but won't necessarily.
Yeah, it's very much a race to like get either Clan Vengeance is up and rolling, preferably multiple copies, or you CI just like gets everything going and scores out before I can do anything. It's like very, very much a either or situation.
Yeah. And we don't know whether Dungeon Mixer is on a scoring kind of combo. We've seen like 7-point CI combos. We've seen the versions which just try to score out 2 agendas, one of which is the 6/4, or it could be on a kill. It could be on like a brain rewiring kill, or there's been other kill options which we've seen, or it could be something completely different, something really funky. Who knows? So that's always quite fun to sort of find out.
Dungeon Mixer play in the like Eternal Torment Messi was running like last month, and there she played like the 7-point scoring CI version.
Okay.
Which was a bit sad because that was the only list my Price of Freedom Hayley Mildeck lost to, I feel like.
Oh. Price of Freedom Hayley Mildeck. How long was it before you realised that Price of Freedom removed itself from the game? Because like
last match, I played 3 games with it, and on the last game I went to play same old thing for a Price of Freedom I had played before, and then was like, what the fuck, where is it?
Yeah, we've all been there. Like I've definitely looked at that card as this could be like, if you could just keep recycling this, it's gross. I know that the master of the gross decks, Rotage, also at some point was looking at doing a like, I'm just gonna do Price of Freedom, and then found out that it removed itself from the game.
Good to know that I am in a good company for not realizing that it removes itself.
Absolutely. Early Desperado. Seems good. Oh, there we
That's
go.
something. Also, accessing Violet lands helps a lot.
Yeah, getting that wizard value right there. Boom. One of the like.
And now we see hard-hitting news into our GG.
Yeah. Like, so it's so you just don't know, do you? You're like, it absolutely could be. We go like hedge fund, Ice HQ, play hard hitting news. You're like, oh well, I'm doomed.
Yeah, Eternal is for sure a format where that can sometimes kind of just happen. Doesn't use Ultraworld to install anything. Still a decently good card, I feel like.
Yeah, really, like potentially suggests that there wasn't anything to install, or just nothing that wanted to yet. Okay, we see the first Clan Vengeance coming down, and
See my
the
Titanium Ribs. Titanium
Boom.
Ribs, a really fun card to play with.
Yeah, and just absolutely broken here, where you've got 6 targets which are massive tempo boost if you hit them, and now you can always hit them.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, Corporate Hospitality? Probably for a wild level clear that we will play instantly. That's such amount of cards.
Yeah,
Too many.
we're at 18 cards, 18 credits. Seems good. We're like getting there. Now, CI does need probably at least 10 more cards in their deck, and probably a few more credits before they can, if they're doing the full combo. And business as usual suggests that this is full kind of combo, either in one
Yeah,
or,
I think it's going to be a
2 parts.
7-point combo.
So first port of call here for Dundon Mixter is probably going to be to score out an efficiency committee. And then things get a bit scary for Wizard if they can't get this Clan Vengeance up to 5 or 6 counters at least. You probably want.
Yeah, as many as you can take, basically. Also, my favorite tech card of CBI raid would be pretty handy here, but
Yeah, double your digital life.
Double one, yeah, 51 card maximum hand size.
Yeah, that seems good.
Coming down, that's decent chunk of value. Strike when Steelskin Scarring Blue Moose 5 and 5 credits.
Second
Clan Vengeance, but still no
is good.
way to do damage to yourself.
Yeah, no 0 yet. I mean,
yeah, no 0, no banker, but opponent not installing any ice. Probably 2 fight banker specifically.
And I was going to say, like, I think you, even if you did install ice, I don't think you res it. I think you specifically don't, just in case they do have a banker anywhere.
Yeah, 100%.
And like we said, Wizard can't really play can't play the current anymore. What's the current? What's the good one? What's the really good one? Yeah, can't play Rumor Mill anymore. So which stops like the Jeeves and things along those lines. Okay,
yeah, stops Wedge Workers also.
Yeah. Do we want to take 1 card out of 18? I don't think so. We're seeing the Biotic. And a Nano Management.
I guess Nano Management, not a Batic.
Yeah.
And scoring out a efficiency committee.
Yeah.
Basically, 3 extra clicks for your combo turn in the future. We do find the 0 finally. Maybe a bit too late, though.
Maybe. I mean, it really is a race right now. Like, it's purely a case of, like, you either need to just manage to steal the agendas from HQ before they can score them.
Oh, Steam Hack helps so much. That's too... Like, the credits don't matter at all, but the damage is absolutely huge.
Yeah.
Also, it's funny pressuring out the Spin Doctor.
Yeah.
But yeah, like in this matchup, you sometimes just Yeah, in this matchup, it's sometimes you just want cards that read like 1 credit to do a net damage to yourself.
Yeah, what you really want right now is some amped ups and running hots.
Oh, and just sending it
Ooh.
before anything happens. Maybe a bit of an overreaction. I feel like you can save some of these cards. Although you have more hits before they actually play the shipment from Mirror Morph here, so.
Yeah, but also this gives Dungeon Mixed the opportunity to sort of play Corporate Hospitality, which is happening for like a Spin Doctor or anything that's in the bin and save everything rather than. I think you want to do that either in retaliation to something happening or at least on your turn. Arc
Lockdown, getting rid of all the clan vengeances.
Oh, that's so brutal. Such a good tech card. Deals with a lot of things. Deals with clot. It deals with various things.
Vacheron?
Deal of Vacheron. Okay.
That helps.
Time. The time is
IQ?
on. Someone's been digging into Augustus's.
What do we have in here? Nothing important, just an enchanted locking protocol and a shipment from Mirror Morph. So one of the combo cards was out from the deck. And otherwise we're clicking the 0.
Yeah, I mean, how many shipments? We're normally only on a couple of shipments, right? I don't think these decks play free normally because it's a bit of a clanger of a card early on.
Yeah, if you draw like 2 copies of shipment early on, you can get stuck pretty easy.
Okay, that seems fine. Yeah, the Arc lockdown there is kind of huge because you've really got to like Wizard now has to find a medium and win off medium, assuming that there's enough agendas still in archives. It has to do it fast.
Doesn't find it yet. Well, the clever access from HQ doesn't feel good.
Yeah. Shipment.
Shipment from Kaguya? Not a shipment that we need for the combo. Or we do need it for a combo, but not as much as the shipment from Mirror Morph.
Yeah.
And last click. I do feel like it's just one more run.
Kakoslab hoping for the information sifting in there. We see a
information shifting, CBI raid. There's a couple of really good CI tech cards specific for this match. But
yeah.
I don't think we have the influence for that while we're playing Titanium Ribs in there also.
Particularly if you're a medium deck and you can play like CBI raid and then just start mediuming them, then you just win.
You win the game, yeah. Like CBI raid is broken in this matchup. It's just that CBI raid is then like completely useless in everything else.
Yeah. I was playing a single copy in some of my deep dive decks because specifically for CI because you can CBI raid into HQ as part of your deep dive run. Which then means that like you either steal the agendas or you shuffle up their deck. So either way, it's like absolutely screws up CI. It's very funny. Oh, that's always, or you've always got to be worried when you're across from a CI player who is doing maths. That's always scary. Something is going to happen.
Not helpful.
Yeah, potentially many things. This is probably more click maths than credit maths, I would assume. 45 credits seems to be probably enough to do almost any kind of combo, even one including a big deal.
Yeah. Okay, what do you think is like a fair time that you can spend thinking about your combo turn? Like, is 2 minutes like a fair time, or is it like 5 minutes a fair time?
If you use it to win, then it doesn't matter. It would
Yeah,
be
but
what
like
I would
if you think about it for like 15 minutes and you don't like have the win in hand, it's kind of like a bad situation, no?
Yeah, that's pretty fair. Like 1 to 2 minutes. Okay. So far we've played 2 events. We've just got a wage workers click from installing. We're gonna get a wage workers click from advancing and from
Also, efficient
clicking.
committee gets one.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the FCOM is going to get another one. So here we're saying we've got enough stuff in hand. We've got enough shipments and things
I
to
feel like
just.
if you have one more shipment from Kaguya or business as usual, and then one shipment from Sansan, it's going to be enough. Yep.
Yeah. We might corporate hospitality for. No, what? Oh, it's just the luminal. Oh,
Yeah, not even.
finishing with 6 clicks is hilarious. Right? Like you've just scored out 2 objectives and you still have 6 clicks left. Very brutal.
Oh, no employee strikes found.
Wow. They're on employee strike. That makes sense. That would have been kind of gross, although we do know that CI, it's really hard to play currents against CI because they've almost always got one in hand or a way of getting one back into hand, and we do see that they're on enhanced login, so it probably wouldn't have stuck around for more than a turn.
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
Do you want to watch Scorpius or Nebula?
If Nebula is still going, probably Nebula. It is. Okay, so similar kind of setup going on here. We've got the Bankar down, and
All right for the stream.
yeah, and so we've got the Bankar down and Clan Vengeance, Desperado, Zero, Nebula just sort of jamming away, Data Ravens left, right, and center.
Yeah, we are missing just 2 points for the score out though.
True. It's been either a much shorter game with much less, much less stuff happening, or Knight from Chess has played about 4 cards in the entire game and seemed to just draw exactly what they've needed. Taking 3 damage.
Yeah, also kind of funny interaction where slot machine subs are not online actually, but you still take the damage out of the non-functional subroutines. Clan Vengeance popping for 5, and this is a turn where we really need to find a draw card, or like Spin or Jackson here.
Yeah. Yeah, Slot Machine was one of my favorite cards to play when I was playing Chief Sleedax for that exact reason. It's like I'm gonna. You're like, you have to break. You have to break it even if you don't want to.
Sure, dog. Sure.
Oh my word! There's 3 Chrysiums in this deck. There are 3 Chrysiums in this deck. That is insane, but it makes so much sense. That is.
Steal?
Yeah,
stealing a bit. Still aren't like you need to find the points somewhere. We are not flipped, so R&D is running HQ and R&D is like less nice.
Yeah, pretty pointless.
What the Elf for +1 credit?
Yeah. Good enough. Well, it's 2 credits, isn't it? 'Cause it's going to flip you as Nebula, so you get your Nebula.
Yeah. Still a funny as hell to look at. And install on the remote, that's scary.
Yeah. Could be Rashida. Rashida's, or it could just be a free 2.
Oh, medium? Install medium, send it R&D. Can we rest the ice for 4 credits though? Data Raven, better than Funhouse is one cheaper to res. No res here. We don't have enough credits to actually steal a Bellona here, though.
Yeah,
Second
that's
run.
true. And again,
Unseen,
getting
unseen.
Desperado credits each time. Trashing a spin
Trash
doctor.
the spin.
We're gonna
That's
see.
free.
We're gonna see two new cards then.
No agenda. No, just Rashida. Server 3 could be an agenda here. Could be.
Literally could be the
Advance.
win.
Three
It is!
advancement
What?
forced Astro.
Oh,
Yo, just sneaking it out there.
Ace Empress just absolutely, knowing the line and going with it. Excellent work.
I mean, for sure, challenging the remote is so not fun.
Yeah, like Data Raven is just always pretty nasty whichever way you slice it, and I'm assuming if maybe there's something in hand which would be a big problem if that was the case.
Mm.
This is a sick Nebula deck though. Having 3 Critiums in there, I mean, if you're anyone but Wizard, that is a huge problem. That is so gross. Like just IP block into Critium and good luck trying to flip Nebula back at any time during this game.
Alright, I'm jumping in the other game asking if they're alright for the stream.
Which one are you going in? Wonky Wombats? Yeah.
Yeah, the one that's has spectators in there.
Ooh. Seems well. Let's just wait for confirmation, but we've got quite a setup here. If so, that makes sense.
Okay, so I think that means we are alright then.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're good to stream here. So we've got a Steve deck, which is a pretty reg deck. But since Steve's got Illumination in it, I'm down already.
It's a Andromeda deck. Don't get it twisted,
okay.
brother.
Yeah, all right.
You see the rebirth in there.
Yeah. Well, I did think that I hadn't seen a Steve. But yeah, so that makes a bit more sense. Illumination in Andromeda is a sick call. I love it. That's so good. Like if you just land, because they've got an Ice HQ first turn, so you're gonna get like so much value out of that. And looking at how much this deck wants to install, like it's a classic. Like I'm just going to install all my cards, build up an engine, and then like grind you into the ground. Unfortunately, Scorpions is. I mean, 4 points ahead here, but it's mostly been off scoring 2 1s from the looks of things.
2 1s, 1 eminent domain. I think Granada might have been a bit afraid to interact with the corporation.
Possibly.
All the stuff online.
Yeah, and not surprisingly as well, you have got to be a bit careful against Scorp. Especially once you've got any of your breakers down.
Yeah, like this is one turn where we are more able to just challenge stuff. You could even go HQ after this.
Yeah.
Because your opponent cannot play like Hunter Seeker next turn outside of if they have like.
Well, we know they're on too big to fail.
Yeah, too big to fail, exactly. Oh no, that Tithonium from the top rope.
And this is why I was just about to say. One wild thing here is that we're on Corroda and not Paperclip, and this is exactly where you really want to be on Paperclip because
Paperclip breaks this for solid 3 credits. Sorry, 4 credits. I guess 3 with the leech.
Free with the leech, but here we're going to be paying all the money. We have to pay all the money and all the leech counters to just get through the. Just literally lose the game to this Tithonium.
I guess we have one bad public credit that we can save with. Still, Tithonium really solid here. continues. Are we continuing the run? If it's
Maybe.
like a other rig shooting ice, you just lose the game. If it's the Titanium 2.0, or like the
if it's-
Archer,
if
or
it's
like
Be-
the Biowak.
Biowak, yeah. And like, what's really interesting here is that obviously I was like, well, this is a totally safe run. The Corp is on 0 credits. Resing the Typhonium gained the Corp 4 credits because of the green mail. So this now is no longer a safe run, and yeah, Wombat has to jack out here.
Jack out.
There's so many things that this could be which they can't deal with currently.
Mhm.
You probably want to make a run or two on archives just to build up some leech and Amakua counters, and gaining Desperado credits seems like fine.
You can go HQ if you are. HQ is also fine. Instead of clicking for credits, the archives is for sure better, but it is what it is.
And maybe Wombat just missing that line because just deciding to click for credits, whereas
Yeah, Desperado, if you didn't know, kind of a broken console, combining Desperado with any effect that you get from just running makes stuff just flow so nicely.
Yeah, it's it's like penny shaver at home.
At home is for sure. Definitely worth the €40 to buy the second core set box.
Yeah. And we're just continuing to score out our 2-1s. Seema just happily, doesn't care about the bad pub too much. Does mean that HQ is now free to run, which is quite it's quite a big thing because we can start charging up this wake that's installed.
You get to charge up Wake, you get to charge up Amakua, you get to charge up Leech. I feel like just running HQ 4 times here is like a reasonable turn.
Yeah. Also, obviously,
probably forces Spore Control to be popped.
Yeah, I think so. Scorpius removing all these crowdfundings from a game, which have, cost. Is it 2 eternal points for each of those crowdfundings, and each of them has basically just
3 because the Eternal team hates crowdfunding. I have been told.
But yeah, that's each of them has basically just been an easy mark at this point. So
yeah, like Scorpius is such a fun idea to play against.
No, we do see it. Oh, but that's a beautiful line. Beautiful line from Wonky Wombat, and with that many cards in hand, you had to assume that this was a potential issue here. Forcing the border control out with the Doof and going in instead with the account siphon, which is absolutely lovely. We don't care about tags here because we've got Aaron Maron to clear them away. How nice. Yeah, Mezzy pointing out that I do know my stuff sometimes. Crowdfunding is indeed 2 points.
Potato.
The fact that you've written that down makes me reminds me of the Gary Delaney joke, which is potato doesn't work as a joke written down. So here we're also getting a Steve trigger. That's got to feel good.
Sure gamble. Just general econ. That's fine to get back.
Still no killer though, so like you technically probably still can't necessarily run server 1.
No, and HQ is next time if they don't ice up HQ again, you can get like Aron HQ, account siphon or diversion funds back, and then you run again and make your opponent spend even more credits.
Yeah, because we've got both of those in the bin, so one of those can come straight back. So Seema now is kind of in this is such in a weirdly similar position to to our game against Jai, where you know Jai's all the credits are being sort of sapped away from SEMA, and they kind of don't mind. They're sat there on 4 points at the moment. They're pretty happy. Whoa, we see our friends in high places. Might well get a border control back on HQ, and does.
Yeah, border control on HQ to Kana on 0-1 or Castle Road on Archives. Just preparing for the purge next turn, I would assume.
Yeah, I mean the Castle Road and Archives technically doesn't do anything with the backup that's in play. I'm somewhat surprised. Oh, there's no.
The card does something on HQ when you play the or trash the Corroder. I feel like that's the end point of the deck for sure. Like Scorpius just tries to rig shoot you completely and block you out.
Yeah, I guess that is very true. So you just need to get rid of the Corroder here. So okay, I'm down with that.
We get through with this account siphon.
Yeah, but there's no money to siphon. But we're still so we're having to take 2 tags.
I think you
get Wake.
Can choose not to like access. You can just access instead, right?
Good.
Yeah, accessing a Titanium.
Okay, yeah.
It's not a mandatory effect. It's like how Diamond Funds used.
Yeah, it's a May. Fine. So SEMA now back down to nothing. Bravado here is fine. We can deal with double Typhonium, which is the only thing which is like reasonable right now.
Yeah, just going in, make sure your opponent doesn't have a really nasty Marcus Batty sitting there.
You need to get rid of the Marcus Batties.
Yeah, when you can.
Lots of money from a run as well with the Bravado. We're still looking for what I will assume is a Bagolta. But then again, based on the fact that there's Corroder and Shibboleth in front of me, I don't know what to assume anymore. It could be a sodding puffer for all we know.
Imagine.
Just put down a Leprechaun first. It's all good. We are also building up those weight counters, which is nice. They're gonna start to do work when we can break through this BOAC that's currently sat on R&D. Definitely looks like it's only on a one of each breaker situation, and essentially, I guess the fact that we're on Shibboleth and Corroder, they're kind of just backup breakers, aren't they? They are there to when Turtle can't be used. Yeah, one back going back in. Sees another Batty. That's a good trash from HQ.
Yeah, really happy to see that one.
No Turtle counter.
I think you might as well go back like one more time.
Yeah, unless I mean it kind of depends what's in your hand right now, because there might be stuff that you really want to install. Daily Cast feels okay here. There's free illumination in here. Absolutely, I'm so down with this. This might explain the lack of paperclip. I wonder if we literally don't have the influence for it.
That does make sense.
Yeah, because we've got Nukas as well. So I love that. That's
Nuka
really,
Rebirth and Illumination is also adding up already, and the Leech also.
I think that's a really nice. That's a really good like thought process where you're like, if you're playing as Andromeda, you're gonna have a ton of stuff. Like you've got 9 cards, so you're gonna have a load of stuff which you can install, and you're almost always going to be able to get a free run on R&D, unless they're playing like MTI. Like it's the only.
Yeah, that's true. But my counter to that argument is that paperclip is kind of good on its break numbers.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you want to work out how to make that a thing, but yeah, no, I'm like I'm hype on the idea. Just the idea, basically, I'm hype on the idea.
Yeah,
Of,
I get you.
just playing Illumination in.
Mm.
Oh, there we go. We found a
Oh,
Bogota.
now we find the Bucaltara, and we can go R&D now.
Can
You
I
might
wonder
want to
if
save it for a turn where it, like steal one from HQ and then go in R&D and multi-access R&D just to make
yeah,
sure you're like open for Hunter Seeker as least turns as possible. But
that's it. I think that's what I'd be looking to do here is to sort of just keep building up that wake as well. Like just keep building it up until it gets to, so that you can take that pop shot on HQ, steal one, and then go back and unload a wake multiple times if you come into like other agendas or stuff that you could trash.
yeah, because like I feel like any turn you run HQ, like steal an agenda, you get your like corroder sniped and you lose the game.
Yeah, you might be able to if you can bring them down to 0 credits on that on the turn, then you might be okay. Which SEMA is around that sort of. They're dangerously close to being doofed or siphoned down to 0 again. The border control is there, so like maybe they're further away than I'm thinking. But we do still have. We've got one siphon in the bin. We've still got doofs. We've still got potentially free diversion of funds in the game somewhere. There's one of them. We've got to see what they're like. Is this a case of just do we use the border control? Are we looking to res the ice first? I think resing the ice feels really kind of pointless at the moment.
Yeah, I just don't want to be on 0 credits. I feel like that's my issue here. Because 0 credits means that you have to have like a too big to fail. Oh, that's a biowalk?
Ooh. I wonder how much this is actually to res.
A solid 6 to break. I mean, it's 0 to res. So.
Yeah, sorry, I meant more to break.
Border control going down for 2, and do we pop here?
I would assume
Yeah,
so.
looks like
Maybe, yeah. We might see a second one, but that's actually reasonably expensive.
Yeah, it for sure is.
And Bogota wants a turn. Yeah, so you don't get your Bogota rebate either.
You don't, so then you would have been spending like 8 credits for real.
We are doing it.
I feel like if your opponent down on credits is so important. Also, you have 3 bad publicity here already.
Yeah, okay, that's true. And this is going to get it's going to get us a leech counter. It's not going to get us a turtle though, which is like really ideally right now we want to be at like 5 or 6 turtle counters to start really sort of eating through the ice. We got kind of
optimal world for sure.
Yeah.
You also do get your Steve trigger, but I don't think there's anything super important you would like to have back yet.
No.
Like next turn you can get Doof or a Account Siphon back, which is something.
I did notice. So I was going to say I think our only multi-access in this deck so far that we've seen is the Wake. There is a Copulation in the bin, which is kind of quite spicy.
Oh, Copulation! If we can find or get our hands onto the Hunter Seeker, would be really interesting.
But it's also just another. It's also the important thing about it is it's just another program, and having extra programs, particularly ones that you don't mind losing as such, or won't lose you the game if you lose them, is really big against Scorp. And we see that there because Scorp has decided to give back another diversion of funds in exchange for getting rid of the copulation from the game. So that's pretty key.
Oh, going install advanced on the remote again.
Just carrying on with we're just going to score out all of our 2-1s. There's one more hostile in the game, and then we'll have scored. I mean, amazingly, at that point, Seema would have scored 7 points of 1-pointers if they find the other hostile, which is really, really funny. Unfortunately, not winning at that point, but would have. Warlock pointing out in the chat, like if we were Leela rather than Steve, it would have done a lot of work right now.
Yeah, maybe could have been like a better answer. Going R&D now.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean,
we still have 1 doof remaining, I believe. So could
yeah,
be like Bravado first, see if your opponent spends, and then do rest of the credits if they don't. And do we see our res here? There is a lot of scary eyes that we might res, but doesn't seem like it.
Okay, we're going for the wake,
cards.
Which is quite safe here because, like you say, we do have the doof as an option, so we can always doof down to nothing. Ooh, that is the worst.
Yeah, just 1 point doesn't really end up mattering here. Might be a world where I go HQ again. If you have the 1 doof, going HQs, getting opponent down to 0 credits, make them have the what's the card called?
Huntseeker. Oh no, they needed too big to fail into Huntseeker. Yeah,
too big to fail into Hunterseeker specifically. Force them to have that combination of cards to be able to trash your things.
Hey,
looks like we have to go through first with just Steve for digging from the bin a copy of account siphon or diversion of funds, depending on what your opponent lets you have. And I feel like everybody does know the option here that you give to your opponent.
Yes. Yeah. The Hunter-Seeker, that's a double. That would be a fun one if you could play 3 of those in a turn. Which you could do.
How many quotation marks do you have around the fauna there?
You what? Oh, they're on Wonky Wombat is on Corporate Town, which is such a good Scorp card.
Yeah,
that's very fun.
No.
That's
okay. I want an explanation from somebody why Corporate Town says that you cannot prevent the trash of the racers.
So that you can't use Fall Guy and stuff, because that's the most fun that you can have in Netrunner is refusing to do any we can't do any of your bullshit. Would absolutely that's the card which absolutely wrecks the Seb deck to within an inch of its life. It's if they can't get in and trash the Corporate Town, then they just lose the game immediately. It's very funny. Does a lot of work against Haley as well. That's why I love and hated that card for a long time. Okay, and again, Seema,
I'm getting called on the corpse turn, so runner does get 1 more turn here.
Yeah. Which is potentially the safe, the best. Oh, but we see it too big to fail, and we do see the Huntseeker. I think the correct option here is you trash the Wake. Oh,
Wake could have been a huge hit here. Decided to go with Buckalter. I think Buckalter might be a misplay. If we can get into R&D.
Because we've got enough leech counters and we've got enough turtle counters here that we can get into R&D, and we can always run.
Yes.
You can run archives twice, assuming that there's no like Mavirus or CVS in here, and we don't know that for sure because there are 2 face downs. But you could always go like, you could do 2 runs on archives. You could do a run on HQ, and then you can do a run on R&D. And you could technically do that differently. You can also sort of use some leech counters for the HQ run, but I would want to use as few as possible in case the R&D second ice is like an archer.
Yeah, I feel like R&D is where you go first, just
Yeah.
for the safety.
But yeah, I'd have been really
No,
tempted to
archives?
trash the wake here. No, this is correct. This is like you do two.
No, if there's a
2 runs of
CVS, you
archives.
lose the game.
Yeah, but there's not. You just have to say that there's not. And there is not. So
Okay,
there we
that
go.
is not.
So then
That is not.
you go archives again, and then you go HQ, and then you go R&D. I think is the best possible play. The other thing would be to try and go HQ twice, which is possible. Are we going R&D first here? Interesting. I guess this means that you've got.
I believe that's the correct choice.
You think? I really think no. It's HQ first because we know exactly what we need to get into HQ.
For you.
Well, you want to steal like there's probably an agenda in there.
Yeah, but you can go there after, right? And you want all the counters and everything for this run.
Maybe.
You get like the. So you start with the things where you're not sure about the information on, right? You start with those, and then you do this stuff you can't do for certain at the end. Okay, Ballista.
I mean, this is an interesting res, but I guess it's just purely because SEMA doesn't have any reason to not res it. Like the
yeah, if you trash 4, like you can get back in there and accessing 2.
Okay, so we trashed 2 things here, which means that now you could go HQ, C1, and then go back for another wake, for a dig with wake.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
A few.
Last card. Are we thinking about?
Oh, we're thinking about. Oh, we're up to 4.
Yeah. Running HQ. And I think we still get.
Back. Yeah,
R&D is completely new information, right?
I think so. I think the top card is known because I think the second card that we saw.
Yeah, there's one card that was not trashed. Access Titanium, and then you go back into R&D.
Yeah, and we can still see 2 new cards. I mean, we've already tied up the draw here. Potentially, the win is on R&D. Like all information is known right now, so we can run perfectly safely.
I believe so, yeah. Thinking about something? Are we thinking about do we go R&D HQ one more time?
Just
Maron just to dig for the last card.
Yeah, just in case you don't know what it is. If it was a Bravado, you potentially should use it last turn, but it's going to be much of a muchness. We're going back on HQ.
Deciding that there has to be one there.
Interesting.
And are we correct?
No,
the Titanium again. Damn. And every time I ask,
it's a crowdfunding.
Like you're always tempted to ask if there was an agenda in HQ.
Yeah.
But like you just kind of shouldn't ask that ever. Only thing it can do is hurt your mental.
I wouldn't be asking about HQ. I would be asking about the top of R&D, because there's 2 more SDSs, I think, just from doing some basic maths and knowing that if you're not playing 3 SDSs in Scorp, what are you doing? So there's two. I think there's two SDSs in R&D. So that's 2 in 10, and there could even be another 1 pointer, right? So we've got like 9 points of SDSs. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's only 16 points out of the game. So there's Scorpius is a 40 card. So I think there's still 2 more. I think, yeah, I feel like R&D, you're seeing maybe Wonky Wombat not realizing quite how many fresh cards they were on there.
Yeah, maybe.
Because trashing, like I think they trashed 2 things and stolen an agenda and saw 1 card that they couldn't do anything about. But that wake run would still see them 2 fresh cards. Kind of wild though. Pulling in for the draw.
Yeah, still, 1 point is better than 0 points.
And here's the play. If they had used the if they trashed the wake, then assuming, like, we don't know what's in HQ, but assuming that there's not like a ton of agendas in HQ, then there's like no way for Wonky Wombat to win.
Yeah, I think Hunter Seeker in the Breaker is like a Scorpius autopilot.
Yeah, because it's what the deck's built to do. But actually, right at that moment, you can. It's also a thing where like you might just not be. You just you always assume that Hunter Seeker says program, right? Like it's just that thing. It's like, oh, trash a program. It's not. It's trash a card, and it can be any card. I've tried to track people's IDs with it before. It doesn't work. I've asked. But yeah, so it might just be a case that you also are just not, thinking like, you're looking at those other options there. Oh yeah, Mezzy pointing out that there was probably an above the law. Maybe Mezzy. It did seem that there was a lot, like there was eminence. There might have been either an above the law, or there might have been 2 more eminence. Because you can play a bunch of 1-pointers in Scorp, obviously, because it's very good to play a bunch of 1-pointers because they are then things that can get stolen and you can use Hunter Seeker. But yeah. That's a fair point. It could be an above the law, which is a very good agenda. Wild. Okay. Do we don't have the next round up?
All right.
Quite.
No, we have a meal break right now. We have
lovely.
I'll let you 2 go. We'll come back after the meal break with fresh set of casters. I know you 2 have activities planned for your evenings. I'm not gonna take you. I'm not gonna steal more of your time. Thanks both for being here. Thanks for the commentary. And if you want to pop back in chat at some point to see more of the games later down the line, we'll be happy to see you again.
I'm sure we will be. Well, it's been a pleasure. My name is Byron Wu. I'll see you all soon.
See ya.
for volunteering your time to the Symbian Consumer Marketing Focus Group. Your opinions are valuable to us and we want to know what they are. Tell us everything. 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 Tell us everything. 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 Thing. Tell us everything. Everything. Everything.
Trust the Wayland Consortium. Build to last. The Wayland Consortium. Builder of nations.
Alright, folks, and we are back with some more Eternal gameplay. I figured I realized I don't think I introduced myself earlier in the stream, so for the people who don't know me, I'm Warlock. I'm part of the Eternal curation team in NSG, and I'm joined today right now with Cephalopod Wizards, one of our rules team members in NSG. Say hi, Ceph. Is Ceph okay, by the way?
Yeah, that's okay.
Awesome, perfect.
Hello, everyone. You may have been expecting some highly anticipated commentary talent, but I'm here instead. Good luck to everyone.
I'm sure rules expert over here is you're more than well equipped to commentate our Eternal games. We have 4 tables. We wanted to jump in table 4 as we were discussing during the break. Arisana against Op sounds interesting.
I'll check if we can stream.
Thank you very much.
We have here 2 very dangerous outlets for doing nonsense, where you get all these installs. We're good to stream.
Awesome.
Yet Op gets you just any card from your deck at a moment's notice. And in Standard, Design is cowards and will not print a corp card with a trash can that costs 1 or 2. Well, the one that cost 2 got banned.
Yeah.
In Eternal, we have Mark Yale, who's a 1-cost trash itself to gain money, and some other text that nobody's sure what it does.
Yeah. Op in Eternal has access to pretty much any trashable card at any cost that's relevant for the deck. So you can pretty much tutor anything from any board state at any point, as long as your installed assets live for long enough. We'll see what Abyss back decided to brew up with this list. And on the other hand, on the other side, we have Lucy, El Blumiere, famous Arisana player in Standard, right now playing a 60-card Arisana deck in Eternal. And I wonder if that will end up mean that we'll have to face against the World Tree, fairly popular tutor card in Eternal, currently banned in Standard. Or if Lucy could just not find enough cards to cut from her deck.
I do have a suspicion it's a World Tree. Yeah. Those are the ones where you just need the extra 20 cards or so.
You can't go as much overboard as the World Tree Woo Least go, with hitting all the way to sometimes even 200 cards, thanks to the Caboneza ability of just finding any programs you need at any point. So you have to be a little bit more consistent, play it down to about 60-ish cards. We'll see what Lucy ended up putting in the deck, but the power of still getting as many tech cards as you can in your stack and then tutoring them whenever you need them, depending on the matchup, is still very, very strong.
Yeah, a critical part of Eternal as the runner, to my understanding, is that first you have to make sure you don't die in the first 4 turns, and then maybe you think about winning at some point.
Yeah,
tutor for a solution of any hardware of any card type sounds really good.
Yeah, that has been absolutely the meta for the runners. We've seen a few getting blown up by Boom really, really early, and others instead getting past the first hurdle and keeping the game going, and having access to a bunch of tech that prevents you from dying is definitely a good way to set up your deck that way.
And one thing that is a very compelling reason to be playing Arisana in your World Tree decks is you get the clickless install on the programs out of your hand, like at the most convenient timing for something that you're going to sell off to World Tree.
Yeah, then one of the reasons why Arisana was popular with the World Tree in Standard before it got banned was exactly that. The click compression of putting down a program, not even having to care about the trash condition at the end of the Arisana ability, and just use that as fuel for the World Tree.
And we do see off to a start. In Standard, we have to pay influence from a virus, but Cyberdeck's Virus Tree is free. Influence free, that is. Then you get to pull out Estelle Moon, who herself has a trash can, and then you make 2 more remote servers. Looks like we have a very rapid economic start and probably some kind of kill plan coming online.
Yeah, Estelle Moon, one of the most powerful cards ever printed, probably. Currently sitting at 3 Eternal points. So Abyss's back paying a hefty price to include that, but you get a lot of value, and with Op you get even more value thanks to the trash can ability. Lucy decides not to contest the Estelle Moon turn 1, and this means that our Op player gets to crack our Markiel to find a Rashida and fire off the Rashida at the start of his second turn with 3 counters on Estelle Moon, so possibly 3 cards and 6 credits still to go.
Yeah, I expect we will be triggering Op every single turn, both turns.
Yeah. For the setup, definitely. That's more or less where you want to get. 2 is the magic number to find, because 2 gets you the Jeeves, which is the main combo component of the deck. The deck usually runs Jeeves to get a click back from the triple mutual assured distraction, and then tries to find a kill with a high profile target with the additional click.
We do have IQ. That's a fun one that you didn't see a lot of in. I don't know if we saw a lot of it in Standard. I came into the game a little later. But it does cost 0, comes in, and it's just a code gate, ETR, +1 strength for per card in HQ. A much bigger vanilla.
Yeah, definitely a much bigger vanilla, and Ob getting around the extra cost from IQ means you get to have a very good barrier for very cheap. And Estelle Moon being able to draw 6 cards means that IQ is really hard to contest right now. We'll see if Lucy has to go through it or around it for her turn. Right now we have a Hyperdriver cracked, so the runner having access to 6 or the 7 clicks and using the first 3 to draw. Lucy using this Hyperdriver to set up and installing a bookmark.
Hello. There is the combo. There's a card that does a whole bunch of combo.
Yeah.
This might be something where you crack this and then you start running illuminations to launder all the cards out of your hand when you get your turn. I saw Lucy a while ago playing a standard Arisana illumination deck where you just pull out a conduit in one turn with a bunch of support things like
the Peach Sao or the
Peach Sao.
Oh, installing a card I'm not terribly familiar with in Ob, a reconstruction contract, something that got banned in Standard when near the end of its lifetime. Really good card that lets you move advancement counters from itself to something else. Something that got much better now that N6 isn't around. You just get to use it to get anything, any 0 coster. Although this kind of nudges, I mean, this makes me think, and I think Eternal players might know what I'm talking about. Reconstruction Contract is a bit of a combo card that goes in with Drago and possibly some tag punishment like End of the Line or Scorched Earth.
Yeah, in Standard you had Schrodinger's Reconstruction Contract, where if they ran it, you turn it into an Erdica Cipher. If they don't run it, you turn it into a Clearinghouse. But you had to load it up with advancement counters, and that became a little too easy once the Hollow Man got printed.
Yeah, absolutely. We see a Res Jeeves. So we'll click one install from Abyss's back. They're kind of daring Arisana to run into these servers. Right now looks like we might be setting up for a Mad into HPT combo, and the bookmark does a really good job at protecting the runner from a kind of all-in kill. Sitting on 4 cards in hand and 3 on the bookmark is enough to survive a possible boom, and forces the Op to find enough res card to get the HPT to a high enough damage that it can actually kill the runner.
We do see Dedication Ceremony. So the Corp was waiting a second between actions there in case the runner wanted to pop a bookmark. But now that we've decided to go ahead with the next click, the Corp gets to do as many paid abilities as you want in a row. And we're going to see what we're doing with those advancements. It's just a Project Atlas.
Interesting. It's a quick way to get a possible combo piece, and also installing a Mumba Virtual Tour We've seen this trend pop up in a few of these obelisks recently, where the corp is just playing a few zero-cost upgrades that are really expensive to trash or really punishing. Beeblem, I think, played Psychic Field for the same reason. And these tend to stick on the board and be hard to trash, and they're always available as like res card that you can trash to the mutually assured destruction. A really interesting way of kind of counteracting the runners that just kind of try and trash as many cards from the board so that you don't have enough fuel for the mad.
Yep. Mumbad Virtual Tour, of course, costs 5 to trash because Wizards just had to be stopped.
Install and pop a new CVS for the next Excel Moon.
We do still have Jeeves, so we get many more installs. R&D's running low with very few agendas making their way to score areas. Lucy might be able to just combo turn off with like a Physarum Entangler and pull out a Conduit.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder what the plan is for the runner, and if the 22 cards in R&D are even enough to hide all the agendas there that are in. Hyperdriver pops, so it's 7-click turn. We'll see if Arisana goes on the offensive on this one.
It is fun, especially with the optimizers getting. This turns into essentially Diesel, but for clicks. But also, if you draw cards, it's just Diesel anyways.
Yeah. Lucy using the clicks to draw. Unfortunately, missing out on the Ritual, which is the kind of combo card that goes with Hyperdriver these days. Being able to very efficiently draw a lot of your cards. And we're seeing a Trick Shot, another one of those cards that you don't see in Standard despite being fairly recent. Really powerful run event.
Well, we don't see it in Standard because it's banned.
Yeah.
All the banned Shaper cards really form a heck of a deck.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely is an interesting ensemble. The whole World Tree and Trick Shot kind of getting you into R&D, giving you the money to run, and then ideally here contesting a different remote, and even stealing a Basalt Spire for good measures.
Oh no! And CVS gets rid of that Physarum Entangler.
That's really unfortunate. The third copy of CVS sitting on the top of R&D. The second access, thanks to the Trick Shot, finds it and immediately nukes out the Physarum Entangler out of the IQ.
And between these extra Trick Shot credits and the Parisha, we do get to take down a Jeeves. Jeeves is an important card, and there is a finite amount of influence available. Op might be playing only one because you can tutor for it.
We'll see what this.
But also,
yeah.
But Jeeves is a scary card because if this is the mutually assured destruction, Jeeves works with Mad in the way that Wage Workers does not. You get the click from just playing a triple.
Yeah, very very important distinction between the two is that Jeeves will work with triple and double operations, while Wage Workers works multiple times a turn, even on the turn it gets installed and res. So there's pros and cons. Wage Worker currently also sitting at 1 point, while Jeeves is free to be played around.
Absolutely wild.
And I don't think we have any HP players today, but we've seen really interesting builds playing the both of them and just abusing the fact that you can generate so many clicks by just installing new cards in remotes.
You said we didn't have any HP players?
Oh, we have a couple of I think we have one CI, but we don't have any of the ETF or AZA that we've seen in other events. Judge
call.
Yep, go ahead. I'll keep the ship sailing here. See more dedication ceremony being used on the reconstruction contract, so we can expect Abyss Respect to probably score another agenda or at least push some kind of advantage with those advancement counters. triple advancement into the slash and burn agriculture to score out a Basalt Spire, and then probably putting the runner on the back foot. Standard has been recently taken by storm by a similar op build using Basalt Spire to open up so many scoring lines and potentially kill lines. And Abyssir's by kind of taking a different approach from the combo, instead having this secondary or maybe even primary scoring line and kind of scaring the runner into trashing and checking all the assets and wasting some times as the corp potentially scores out instead of setting up the combo kill that other oblists have played in the past. I think we still have 1 point floating for the Ob player, as 3 points went into Estelle Moon and 3 went into the ID. On the runner side, I think we haven't seen anything outside of the 3 points from Hyperdriver, although with Woltry we can expect some kind of tech resource here and there, possibly a film critic or an Aromaron. We're currently turns out our Self-Output Wizard is currently busy responding to Lucy, so we don't have
All right, I'm back.
Oh, there you go.
Did I miss anything?
There was a Basalt Spire score pushed thanks to Air Construction Contract, a dedication ceremony, and the expand ability on the slash and burn. So we were seeing a more of a score-oriented Ob build right now, something similar to the Scrub deck that's running in standard currently. Very interesting.
Still spooky to see a Project Atlas counter.
Yep.
There could be just a 2-card kill lined up somewhere.
Absolutely. We're never technically out of the woods with these decks. The Ob can do everything and anything at any point. How it really works on Pixie Dust and Magic is very it's a very good comment.
Yeah, so Lucy was asking, can you cupulate a Mumbad Virtual Tour? And Mumbad Virtual Tour says, when they access it, they must trash it if able. So if you can afford to trash Mumbad Virtual Tour, you cannot. You cannot cupulate it. But if you can't afford to trash Mumbad Virtual Tour, then you can.
I love weird interactions like this. Like, I love when in Eternal you get cards that have never seen each other played in a standard format, and something weird happens. And this is exactly one of those cases. It's like this interaction. No one has ever asked about this interaction, and I think it's part of why I like the format, but what makes the format really fun to watch even.
As someone who has to produce answers to such questions, I do have mixed feelings about the older card pool and the fact that it does seem to run on pixie farts.
I figured you might have a different opinion on the matter.
This question is not the worst, but if someone were to say be writing a Netrunner rules engine for playing Netrunner on a video game, then I bet they have a more difficult task than I do.
Absolutely. We see a couple of Spin Doctors popping up on the board, which is particularly important because that is the 7th and last point that Abyssir's back has access to in the deck building phase, which means we're not facing a mutually assured destruction list, and we are sure of it at this point because all 7 of the points are being accounted for. This puts Lucy gives Lucy a bit of peace of mind in terms of having to protect herself from a kill line, but this means that the corp is going to try and score out as quickly as possible, and this puts more pressure on different kind of lines for the runners.
I mean, with the 2 agenda counters and the slash and burn that was just put back into HQ, there's a very simple line to just fast advance a 2-pointer.
Even any 2-pointers, even a second slash and burn will probably could probably be scored at this point, especially because with 8 cards in R&D, we can assume that the Abyssir's back has access to anything they need already, and the counter on Project Atlas is just extra safety if you need exactly one card you're missing. So even if Lucy gets to access HQ and steal some of the points, they might not be enough to stop Ob unless she actually gets the 7 points.
And that is, I've never used cupulation on JNet. I wonder what the interface is. I wonder what the prompt is for when you pick if you're going to cupulate something on archives.
It gives you a list of all the cards in archives.
All right.
It's not the worst.
Yep. Afshar probably can deal with that.
Yeah, Muse coming down on the board with the Arisana ability. There's no CVS face up on the board, so we're fairly certain we can bypass it with a Physarum Entangler if necessary, and that's exactly what happens.
I mean, cupulation, very good card, showing why it's in every single Shaper deck since it was printed. Because here you have a legwork on a stick. And, yeah, getting the preemptive Audacity, so making sure that there's an unstealable fast advance piece and a smaller chance of accessing the agenda.
Border Control is the first access, not what we want to see. Turgate is the second one, probably sealing the deal here for Lucy. And Spin Doctor to close out
then
the 3
Spin
access.
Doctor. We got to trust the Spin Doctor now.
For good measures, yeah. Spin Doctor goes, but it looks like Ob will manage to score out here. Trashing a total of 9 cards with that Audacity to get the last agendas out, and we see 7 more points in archives. So Lucy had a fairly good shot, finding 4 agendas out of 11 cards, and having to find 2 to win the game, steal the game away from the corp at the last minute.
Yeah, 3 out of 10.
I think 4 out of 11. Or 4 out of 10 maybe, because the 3 in archives and the 1 that got scored, but you have to find 2 to actually close the game.
All right, I wasn't counting the agenda that got scored just now.
Very cool game though. I love to seeing new builds out of Ob, especially because the Jeeves kind of makes everybody a little bit worried about having to dodge or survive the kill. And instead, Bister's back, using it for pure value and assembling fast advanced lines.
Okay, I'll check in on table 2.
Wonderful.
We're good.
Perfect.
All right, we do see Jai on Sebastio once again, and an even bigger off-campus apartment versus Mati, who probably is not going to be threatening to trash the off-campus apartment.
Yeah, Mati against Seb is a difficult matchup on both sides. Crew and Cipher both kind of ensure that you can get through some eyes fairly cheaply, and if you can get a hold of HQ and fire off a few of your vamps, the game starts rolling in Renner's favor. But Mati is tricky to fight, especially early on when the ice can pop up out of nowhere, and usually plays a scarcity of resources that is particularly devastating when playing a deck that's made out of about 30 resources. So most of the cards that Jai can install are now coming in with an additional 2 credit tax.
Yeah, I see 1 rumor mill, so that looks like the countercurrent of choice. But it turns out runners can print money, and when you can print money, you can vamp the corp.
Yeah. And it looks like that's exactly what's happening. Triple Tech Trader and Crew kind of get you enough money to fight anything. Cipher and Din Leister help Omakua break almost any ice. So we're currently sitting at 0 points on both sides, which is very interesting. We've been going for a while. A whole S game finished right like right before we joined, and no one here has scored or stolen any point yet.
And when both people are going to play decks that are trying to smother their opponents, then
That's kind of what
it
happens.
takes a while.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, Tributary is a big ice. One of the newest inclusion for these kind of glacier builds. It just adds so much value, and the extra attacks on every run the runner can do. Once again, one of those cards that NSG printed that didn't see all that much play because it got banned fairly quickly.
I feel like that's mischaracterizing it to say it didn't see much play, as if people chose or thought it was a bad card.
Oh no! People were very ecstatic about it, but it didn't see much play, as in it didn't last very long. But you're right, yeah. My phrasing wasn't terribly genuine about it.
Oh, that's fun. So decline to use the breach replacement, and then just see an Obokata, and you got plenty of cards in hand for the steal.
Yeah.
Now the scarcity is gone.
Scarcity is gone. We're leaving the corp with one single credit. The only thing is that we're already on our second cycle for the runner. We've already played our levy, so the amount of cards we have at our disposal is I don't want to say limited, but finite. Jai is still sitting on all three Praxis and fights the second Obokata.
Not enough cards for the second Obo. But at least the Caprice and at least the Managrom and Caprice are gone. Those are way scarier if the corp could res even a single piece of ice.
Yeah, that's one way for the corp to prevent the runner from accessing, even without having to res all the ice. And Jackson Howard coming at the rescue, over-installing the Obokata and then shuffling it away, playing around the Rumor Mill, which could blank it completely and prevent that from reshuffling the agenda. So a heads-up play from my friend Chess, knowing that it could be an option and having to fire off the Jackson right away.
Of course, the two most important cards on top of the saved Obokata, Caprice and Skunkworks.
Rebuilding the server in the future, possibly.
Here we have triple tech traders, just absolutely disgusting money printing operation going on here.
Yeah. Every trash can just printing 3 more credits, 1 more card, and then every time Jai takes a tag, he gets to install 1 more on the off-campus apartment and draw again. The value proposition of a fully online engine in this Sebastião deck is incredible.
Yeah, like think of what popping Friendo gives you. It's ridiculous.
Exactly.
Like, slot machine, classic import into the old Jinteki Glacier decks because there's just no good way to deal with that, and the runner loses 3 subroutines or it loses 3 credits is just universally good. And there's enough of these ice, like between Tributary and Slot Machine, that like, I know that this is a levy deck and you just have a lot more crews, but better, like, this is a pretty low cost way to try to get a crew off the table.
Yeah, absolutely. Forcing the crew on the Slot Machine has to feel good if you ever get enough credits to res all the ice you have on server 1. But Jaiturn probably calling it, saying he wants the game over sooner rather than later, and so forcing down the keyhole to ideally find enough points to win the game. Right now, trashing the Future Perfect, a really good trash, because if I'm not wrong, it does not trigger off of archives. I might be wrong, actually.
Oh, it triggers off of archives.
Yeah.
It's while it is installed that it does not trigger.
You're right.
However, now whenever you run archives, the corp has to pay money to, like, I've got a free vamp on archives from their own card.
It can't be too bad. Now from Chess, re-icing up R&D and clicking for as many crates as she can. We'll see if the corp can withstand the keyhole assault that Jai is putting up.
No more crews available. Well, never mind. We have Praxis coming in. That'll give you not only the crew. That'll give you a program, so that's a God of War, possibly. Then, of course, Seb gets to install something because we're just playing Yu-Gi-Oh at this point.
Every card plays another card. The amount of clicks that the runner has is just an indication of more or less like it's just a suggestion how many actions you should take in a turn. But Jai can go over that fairly easily, and right now the Praxis is just going to install so many cards.
As Praxis can install 3 cards, and then those cards are going to get you the Tech Trader backup dancing and another card.
Looks like Jai is choosing all the cards he wants to install. Crew is definitely the I want to say easy pick for this board state. You want to open up R&D again. With 2 credits, you can think of Tattoo Bola as maybe the main ice that Knife just could res here, and Knife decides not to res any ice on R&D, letting Jai through, which makes sense.
I to boil it down.
Key difference
And that is
between
the thing about Future Perfect.
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, key difference between Keyhole and Stargate, for the people who are much more familiar with the standard card pool, is that you can use Keyhole as many times as you want, and every time the Corp shuffles the deck afterwards. So you can't deny the Corp a particular card, because the shuffle might still end up giving them a different copy. But you can spam this one as much as you can, as much as you want, and so as long as you have free access on R&D, you can kind of get more access, more cards in archives, and potentially enough points to win the game.
Yeah, now Jai laying down the rumor mill last click, which is going to prevent the possible 3rd Jackson from saving those 6 points in archives. Now, easier than repeatedly playing the Psy game on the Future Perfect is just find another agenda. So now there's another Future Perfect in archives. So in addition to the Obokata, well, Psy games get easier if the Corp has $0.
Yeah, really, kind of nailing the coffin here with this vamp, making sure that Corp has no money to play the side games, and then probably getting rid of or at least breaking some of the slot machine subroutines on the archives run, so that none of the credit gain fire and the 2 Future Perfect can be stolen with 0 credits. Ooh.
Ooh. Well, we can border control, but the side games, now that there's 2 Future Perfects, are still deterministic.
Yeah.
The Corp has to spend 1 on both of them.
Although Jai's only sitting on 3 cards, so he can't steal the Obokata.
No, he draws a card when he trashes for
Right.
Geist.
Right, you're absolutely correct. And here's the 4th card that Jai needs to steal the Obokata, and then with a single credit in the Corp card pool, we can't defend both Future Perfects.
Yeah, and then just pay 0 each time, because there's no point trying to win that side game.
Absolutely. Although I would have paid 1 at least for 1 just to send a message, just to feel good about that one personally, but it definitely makes sense.
Oh, you gotta report to the shareholders. The corporation may have been destroyed, but we still have 1 credit.
Right. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. It looks like every game is finished. That was our last game of the round. With 12 minutes to spare. Let's see what the results are from this match. We're missing the report from the OB game between Abyssir's Back and Lucy. We have a MT win on table 3, a Sebastian win on table 2, and a Nebula win on table 1. I'll fill in the match we missed. It was a Corp win.
That's the OB win over there.
Yeah.
The all-seeing eye helps you fill in your match slips.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the future we could be living in, but you all want privacy or something.
We could have someone fill in your game reports without having to do it yourself, but nah, we're prioritizing privacy. Jokes aside, we have had really good games. Let's take a look at the standings right now after round 4. We have Ace Empress on 12 points, currently undefeated. Maybe we should. I'll see if we can catch her last game on round 4. And we have 2 people tied at 9 with Dungeon Mixer and Jai, and a few people in 6 between Knight from Chess, Abyssos back, and CD Row, all fighting to get back into the top 4 and claim that one the invite to the Eternal Super League is the prize for the top 4 at this event.
All right, and then is there a top cut for this, or are we concluding after this?
Yeah, we'll just cut it after round 5.
Yeah. All right.
I have 5 thumbs up, missing for a few more people to fire off our next round.
All right, if you had to print one card that would destroy Eternal, what would you do?
Ooh, I would completely break it. Can I print?
Yeah,
Can I print Devas again?
Play this card or tech against it. What was that?
Can I print Devas again?
Unfortunately, they've already been printed.
Fair enough. Fair enough. The breaks the format. That's really tough. There have been a few cards that already kind of made a lot of waves, and like fairly simple cards that changed a little bit of like old patterns. Coalescence is one of those, where it's a program that gives you credits. It's like credit positive on install, but instead of like compared to the past, it's not a virus. And so a few cards that in the past would care about programs that were not viruses, especially in the Shaper shells, Coalescence is free of this kind of limitation, and so it works extremely well with Cabernet Wu, for example, getting 3 extra credits on the single install from the deck. So I would probably be looking at an old design pattern of sorts that we can break. Currently, I don't think I can find anything right now, although I'm sure there's something that easily breaks in AWP, for example. Do you have any pitch for what might break Eternal?
I think what I'm saying is a lot of outlets for taking a whole bunch of actions, but not so much ones that are like consistently drawing cards. So what if there's a card that maybe takes some amount of clicks where you say, draw your entire deck, suffer 6 core damage?
That sounds really powerful, yeah. I could see that being being problematic. There is a runner at the moment that takes a couple of turns to set up and then draws their entire deck and wins the game off of that. So I could see how drawing your entire deck but like taking 6 core damage could be extremely game breaking.
And then every so often you just hit the wrong cards with the core damage.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, what can you do? Alright, looks like all of the players are good to start our next round, so we'll pair it in a second. There it is.
Alright, Jai seemingly not playing any particular identity, just blanking the standings.
Yeah. Although I can assure you
he
that
did not get a
that's a Scorpius player
Go
there.
ahead. He's hiding his identity until the last minute. I don't think we've seen Essa on stream. Should we take a look at table 1?
Sounds good. The Essa against Scorpius matchup can be really interesting. So I'm interested to see how those two decks play out against each other.
You got to tell the peoples that we are paired.
Yeah. That's that. I'm doing it right now.
Aw, shame on Jai. He's not naming his JNet game with the table number.
SMH. Some people can't be corrected.
It just means that they're going to have to become a host on the King's Court podcast.
Yeah. That's a double burn. I I love that very much. All right, looks like everything is set up. And we have our or 3 of our 4 lobbies are still waiting on one of the lobbies. Let me do my TO duty and make sure everything gets set up correctly before starting. There we go, we have everybody. Are we good to jump in on table 1?
They're waiting to see. Guy saying it's 4 a.m. What is he doing here still? And great question, but then again, that's what you got to do to play Eternal these days.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the format is
After
not
playing a game of.
Yeah.
Then he says, after a game of Twilight Imperium, truly life is suffering for these nerds.
Enjoying our
stream.
hobbies. Good to stream. Perfect. Alright. Scorpius against Eza. We've seen different builds of Eza. 48 cards is a very telling number. There's a list going around that's playing exactly those 48 cards. Eza is one of the few IDs right now in the format that get to play Rumor Mill and Clan Vengeance in the same deck. The more common enabled 0 costs 1 point, so you won't see that out of Eza right now. But Eza has a lot of good ways and good reasons to take damage with themselves that you can fuel the Clan Vengeance without having to actually play 0, and so this frees up enough points that you can play one of the best currents in the game, this Rumor Mill, and blanking all of those unique upgrades and assets. On the other hand, the matchup is can be there you go. Then the matchup can be quite tough because Scorpius is really good at preventing recursion and hitting down all the cards that Eza trashes. So we'll see how the game develops and if the Clan Vengeance get a hold of Jai's HQ or if the removal from Scorpius cripples the Eza recursion.
Yeah, we can suffer a little bit of the Max problem, where in the old Max matchup, Scorp gets their choice of 2 cards to remove from the game at the start of their turn, or during the runner turn. And letting a Scorp trigger on both players' turns is just a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Jai sets up a new remote.
No Ice HQ.
Yeah. Eza in Eternal isn't known to play Chestushkas and stuff, so Jai probably not worried about defending HQ. And we don't know if he's bluffing not having agendas and actually hiding them in the 3 cards or not. Ooh, another very...
If it's 44,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, please.
If it's 44, then... I don't remember. Is this Scorp list scared about scoring, or is it just hiding the agendas away on 6 total cards in the entire deck?
The lists we've seen are usually running 3 SDSs as like the really hard to steal agendas, and then a lot of 1-pointers. I think the deck is on a total of 12 agendas, so 3 5/3s and then 9 1-pointers between green mails, hostile takeovers, and eminent domains. So you have a lot of agendas to be stolen throughout the game, but every single one of the agendas getting stolen enables the Hunter Seeker, which is a terribly punishing card from Scorpius. The thing I wanted to mention is that the Scorpius ability triggers between trashing and getting the trash effect of some cards. And so cards like Hybrid Wars, Strike Fund, and Steelskin, if they get removed from the game by Scorpius in between taking damage, don't give back the cards and or credits to the runner. So it's a really important snipe that the Scorpius can do.
I disconnected for a second.
Yeah. Players are asking about this interesting exactly. Do the runner still gets a draw off of trashing a Steelskin for damage? And Jai is asking you about it in the chat. I think the answer is that runner doesn't draw, but I'll let you have a final say on this. Regardless, we had 2 cards sabotaged by...
Okay. Yes, so they can.
Oh, runner gets to draw. Interesting.
So we do have some... We get some vintage rulings from on the Scorp NRDB page. You do get to draw with Steelskin if it gets removed with... If it gets removed by Scorpius.
Good to know. I thought the errata on Scorp changed the interaction. Turns out I'm wrong. But it's always good to have the rules correctly, act correctly at least. So right now,
Yeah, the Scorpios. Yeah, the Scorpios errata just clarifies that moving them to the heap is what gets replaced, not the fact that it got trashed.
all right, I understand. That makes more sense. Ace Empress drawing up, probably finding the Clan Vengeance off of the Steelskin draw, and so not being able to install it before taking all the damage that she took.
Oh, hang on. Oh, now I'm looking in the conference of rules. We might have an outdated ruling. Hang on, we have issued a mistake.
Do you want to tell the players to hold? Players chatting about the situation as well. We've seen a Simulfing go, a Inject, an Amp Tap, a Navid Wars, Strike Fund, and a Steelskin. So you see a lot of events from the runner. This Ezra plays a bunch of events, uses Ghost Tongue to usually play them for cheaper, and refuel the hand. And we have an updated ruling on the question. So yeah, as we can see, for the people watching at home, the turns out that there's an updated ruling about Scorpius and Avid Wars, and by proxy Steelskin and Strike Fund. I don't think the 2 cards will be that major of an impact that it will change the outcome of the game. And Jai spending his second turn to triple advance that Eminent Domain and installing from the deck a Corporate Town. Corporate Town, the one tech card that Scorpius has to deal with Clan Vengeance decks, something that gives it a bit of an edge. If Scorpius can get the Corporate Town down and operating early enough, it can completely shut down the main win condition for the runner, or at least force them to use the Clan Vengeance much more aggressively than they would like to otherwise.
Yeah, Corporate Town is a card where I always ask, why did they print this? This seems miserable.
Yeah, the effect is not terribly fun. The cost is also quite prohibitive. Eminent Domain lets you res it for cheaper and doesn't force you to forfeit an agenda, but otherwise, outside of that, not many decks played it in Standard because losing agenda is still quite annoying.
Oh no. Oh yeah, okay. Werner needs one more credit before trying this.
At least
But of
forcing
course,
the corpse to
Kesseroid
res.
saves.
Sorry, a fairly new include, probably one of the newest card, definitely one of the newest cards that sees plays in Eternal, but very important in a format where Cipher and then Parasite, Chisel, and Crew can all mean the end of any ice that has any amount of strength, and Kesseroid just standing there as the bulwark that can't be destroyed.
We do have Clippy. Often it's often this is a very important card because this deck's trying to remove your fractures from the game as part of its win con. Getting on the table is pretty nice, especially when you're pretty sure the corp won't Hunter Seeker you over a steal.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, coming a little too late, a little short on credits to stop the Corporate Town from getting a Clan Vengeance.
Yeah, Paperclip usually something you would install from the heap. You can't do that again as safely against Scorpius, but Titanium is really, really big, massive res for the corp here, forfeiting the Eminent Domain.
Well,
And
the runner doesn't have to lose the Clippy. It costs you 4 credits to break Tithonium.
Yeah, turns out Ace Empress might not have noticed. Decides still to push the Clan Vengeance buttons, which makes sense. The resource was going to disappear at the start of the Corpser anyway. Maybe baiting Jai into removing that from the game with Scorpius and possibly letting the Paperclip go. Instead, decides to break the ice and access a single card, not finding anything, unfortunately. And so the Scorpius grind begins. Jai, one of the problems that the Scorpio has to face is that the deck is not very liquid in terms of cash. Most of the money comes in from scoring agendas and playing the very few economic operations that the deck has. And so when sitting on 0, the corp rarely can do anything but clicking for credits. Luckily for Jai, I don't think he's in any under any time pressure currently, so he can play this one fairly slowly.
Yeah, we know the top cuts are untimed in this around here.
Yeah, that is a very
Levy
tough.
gone.
Yeah, very tough card to lose. The amped up hits the Levy through the Titanium Ribs, so Ace Empress deciding to take the damage on the Levy, and Jai wastes no time whatsoever to remove it from the game with his ID ability.
Oh, shooting your shot.
Sending the Mad Dash, finding 2 agendas, so scoring the extra point.
Oh, ooh.
Unfortunately,
Huge
no.
stonks.
Yeah, unfortunately, no SDS, but that's a 3-point play right there. And between the ESA sabotage and maybe a couple of CV triggers, Ace Empress could easily find enough points to win the game by just pushing cards into archives.
And checking HQ, just a border control. It's always border control.
really, really good card. One of those unconditional end around.
And discarding same old thing. Ooh. Hunter seeking the paperclip. That's one down.
One less program for Ace Empress to trash to an SDS. We'll see if she has many more to use. These kind of as-up builds running on Banker and Clan Vengeance don't usually tend to play a lot of breakers. And so every single one that gets removed from the game is one more that Ace Empress can't use to steal the actual big agendas in the deck.
I mean, we do see discarding. Ooh, discarding Sure Gamble. That's rough. Searching for the hand size increaser, I assume, at this point. You can't take much more core damage without being unable to play the game.
Yeah, that has to be one of the priorities for Ace Empress here. Running hot, trashing the rumor mill, waiting to see if Jai removes that from the game. So is this kind of...
And I think Ace Empress just deciding that we are not getting a deck recycle out of this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with the Levy gone, I don't know if the runner is even playing more than one reshuffler. Finding 2 Marcus Patti in archives from the most recent sabotage.
We are up to 5 core damage. Oh, hey, there's the Brain Cage.
Unfortunately, having to discard that 2 hand size. Quite a tough position for the runner here. The Corp is sitting in an okay spot, still being down 3-0, but having kind of starting to set up the lock. And his friends in high places installing Rashida, one of the main ways the Scorpius deck bounces back, and then a Marcus Patti to help defend it.
And the runner's going to have to try to find a drone deployment +1 somewhere. Drawn, but no credits to play anything that you might draw.
Yeah, and not enough hand size to keep the cards in hand anyway. Avid Words, Titanium Ribs, and Ghost Tongue, most of which don't necessarily matter right now. Rashida fires off.
Rashida fires.
Yeah.
Finally bringing ice into HQ.
And putting something on archives as well.
Now with enough credits. Yeah, now with enough credits, you probably can make sure the runner can't comfortably pick up any sabotage points.
It is tough because this deck really relies on ice that you can res by forfeiting agendas, and right now Jai is sitting on 0 points, so doesn't have a lot of fuel to res all the Titanium and Biawax that we commonly see in Scorpius. Although a second Rashida probably helps in that department.
If you go back and talk about the mistaken ruling I issued on the I've had worse heap effect, the ruling is that those that are active while they're in the heap, like that's why it's in the heap, and that's why we're seeing a this has been trash trigger. But Scorpios makes sure it never actually gets to the heap because it replaces going to the heap, so it never goes to a location it's active when you hit it with damage.
I understand. Very, very interesting.
Yes, you sound interested.
I mean, I do. The interaction looks nebulous and confusing from outside, so understanding why it works that way is I find that definitely somewhat fascinating. Ace Empress installing a program.
This is...
Go ahead.
Right, yeah. And this is why, we try to be a lot more controlled about printing weird effects into the game.
Yeah, I don't envy you having to keep track of all the wild stuff that's happening.
To be fair, once it rotates, we are no longer overly concerned with what we might be putting out into the world. So Eternal gets to get worse and worse as we ignore possible interactions we're adding.
Then that becomes my job to kind of keep everything fun and constructed in the format. Ace Empress finally finding some hand size to play with, and also installing a keyhole. Probably one of the last few ways that she has to actually steal an STS, playing to her odds. Although as much as stacked as they are against her right now.
And Jai playing it careful, sabotaging from HQ, probably gonna not roll any more dice on.
Yeah, very very methodical play from Jai. We've seen the other big way that the ESA deck usually has to break ice, the endurance, go due to hand size or damage earlier. So it'll be interesting to see how Ace Empress gets in these servers. I think her main answer is going to be playing a bunker and hoping it survives through the corporate town. But as long as Jai keeps the corporate town on the board, it's going to be really tough to get access of these servers. Ace Empress pushing all the buttons she can, trying to force the corp to res as much ice as possible, chip away their credit pool and trying to steal points to win. Although right now it's looking like a really tough job.
Yeah. And anyway, at the points that Jai's gotten to res all these BOX, and unfortunate, Jai knows he doesn't have to res the ice, cannot steal a BOAC.
Just letting the STS sit in the remote and then scoring in hostile takeover, washing away the rumor mill and getting some more money to maybe res more ice. We have 2 points removed from the game and 4 scored between the two players, with the extra Mad Dash being the 5th. So Jai has enough points still to win, but the deck is getting thin, and if Ace Empress can take enough damage to maybe sabotage enough cards, there's a chance that Jai and Kurt doesn't have enough points to score. But right now it's looking very corp favored, the board state currently. And there's a concession from the runner, being probably locked out. Last 4 cards in the deck right now available in the hand, and not seeing the answer to get through the servers and steal the last agendas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Scorp can be a bit of a tech check.
Yeah, it's particularly good against all these Clan Vengeance decks that really want to take damage. It preys upon everything that requires some level of recursion, and recursion is really strong, especially in the format where the power level is really high. So Scorpius can kind of be a bit of a thorn in a lot of meta decks' sides. We have one more game going on. If you mind jumping in and see if CDR and Dungeon Mixer would be okay to be on stream.
All right, checking, and we're checking in on the on the last game of the Eternal event. We are good to stream.
Wonderful.
We see here Wizard, Master Villain, coming in versus the poor innocent Mati Waikundu. It looks like there's a tall, threatening remote with something cooking under the La Costa grid.
Not a lot
Probably a
of breaking.
vault.
Yeah, not a lot of breaking power on the runner side right now. A lot of money possibly being generated, and an empty stack, and only 2 cards in hand. So we're expecting probably Dungeon Mixer to pull that same old thing and reshuffle all the heap in the stack with the levy that's currently sitting in archives. But in order to do so, you can't let the corp just run rampant for enough turns that they can score the last few points.
Yeah, if you play the same old thing, then that costs you more than half your credits. The corp probably gets away with a score up to 6 points, and then at that point it gets pretty not totally cooked, but it is a problem.
Especially because the employee strike that's currently shutting down Mati and possibly giving Dungeon Mixer a way into some of these servers, especially going around the Monogram Skunkwork, that's going to cost a lot of money just with the Mati Mukundu ability in the mix, is going away if CDRO can score an actual agenda and change the current.
We do see Banhar finally sticking to the table,
Yeah.
and Banhar's is like definitely an eternal power level card. What is your ice? It's a couple of net damage. Doesn't matter what it used to say.
Definitely a very good card, especially when working in conjunction with Clump Vengeance and just being able to overcharge that resource and trash a lot of HQ from a lot of cards from HQ. Currently fighting against that tributary, which is an annoying card to deal with for banker, especially because you kind of have to waste a different click to run different server just to move out the maybe uninteresting eyes that the corp keeps moving around the board.
Control getting a almost complete rebate. That credit gain is largely incidental, but this is a lot of money to be gained when the corp might need it.
Oh, and the game
Ooh.
ends on the spot. A Regenesis getting pushed, something that both players apparently were very aware of. I totally missed the possibility of this happening. Clump Vengeance is really good at stopping Regenesis from actually firing, but once it's gone, I'm assuming that's what Sidira was waiting for, and then ended up finding the last few points. Very interesting way to spend the 2 extra points that you have to get to 20 in the Matimu Mukundu deck with Regenesis, and then kind of building different ways to score out to 7.
Yeah, that is definitely a new addition. It's one of those sets that ever coexisted in Standard, Mati and Regenesis.
Yeah, exactly. And there's 7 more points in Archive, so good call to kind of rush there for Dungeon Mixer. Would have at least found some points, although Obokata was really hard to steal before getting the Levy back, and Future Perfect always has that side game you have to fight through. Alrighty, that concludes.
Yeah, there's some
go
pretty
ahead.
good tools available.
Definitely.
There's some pretty good tools available to Glacier in the game. That is the end of the tournament there.
Yeah.
Who's best in the standings right now?
Right now, with round 5 completed, a single runner win and 3 corp wins again. We have at the top of the standing Ace Empress still sitting at 12 points, winning out on Jai through strength of scheduled. Jai taking second place, and we have top 4 closing up with a Knight from Chess and City Road. Dungeon Mixer getting 5th, still at 9 points. That, I think, does it for us today. Thank you everyone for watching and playing in the Off Meta Month Eternal event. I know I loved watching all of these games, and I liked seeing all the inventive stuff that people come up with. So I think that's it for us. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for judging and helping me commentate. Seth, it's been a pleasure having you here.
Thank you for having me.
If you have any shout out you want to give before signing off.
Yeah, you can see my work on some of those little cards that you put in your decks, so pay attention to those.
Nice. Great. All right. Bye everyone.
Good night.